be reminded that you are worth it. Go forth and be kind. Hassle, hassle, hassle. 14 months chat, can I get a plug? Hey chat, wide peepo happy. Love you chat hassle. Delete immediately. Biden doing more legs than train. Can I get a welcome to the jungle? XQCM. An entire year of being a mega chat. Thank you chat, my mom, and most importantly Arja and Pogo. Six months hassle, loved every second of being here hassle. Hyperpogger 13 months with the number one hero. Hyperpogger, 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 hyperpogger.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from incredibly sunny and 79-degree California, Los Angeles. We are live once again, folks. And I hope all the boys, girls, and NBs are having a fantastic day. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Thursday, April 29, 2021, 11:06 a.m. and I am early. Been very excited to come back on.
Just started
the broadcast.
Manifesto. I would probably be
and
conservative hellhole
you know,
if it wasn't for you.
Keep streaming. Those of you who don't know, I clapped Hades last night.
Thursday
Finally
boss.
ended up killing the boss in the game. Have you done a pick crew of yourself / friends yet? What do you mean? I don't know what that is.
Hog been here for a while, man.
Did you already rate the game? I mean, technically I haven't finished it, right? That's just like, it's just the start. Are we considering that to be a... Are we considering that to be the end of the game? No, right? Anyway, regardless. This is a part of the broadcast where I give you... yeah, it's like 10% of the game so far. This is the part of the broadcast where I give you my personal news. Okay. Woke up early this morning. Finally got a new Dyson. So part of being an adult is when you get excited over purchasing items that have a tremendous amount of utility. You know, household appliances and things like that. That's what I've been excited about. Wait.
Just got a new job, Pogu.
Sorry, I was looking at a delivery that I have coming in a little bit. Anyway. Don't know. What's up? You look good today. Hype right now because my mom's getting vaccinated tomorrow.
Love you.
Just got a new job, Pog you. Thank you, Saf Daddy. Good congratulations. I don't know why I said thank you. Congratulations, Saf Daddy. What weapon did you kill Hades with? I killed Hades with a fucking shield. Oh, I raided Noel last night. Let's see what he had to say. I love Noel and Cody as well. They're exactly the kind of content creators I love. They're fucking funny. They shoot the shit. They have fun. And also on top of that, they're like, you know, not bigots.
Hasan people, hello. Welcome.
Hello.
Thank you, Cool Shima, for the 5 gifted subs.
We're in the middle of a Walking Dead game. You're literally coming right
really
at the climax.
Intense.
You literally walked in on the big O of this chapter. So, don't spoil it. If you know it,
Today maybe at HasanAbi.
want to hang, you can hang.
No. THX for the content.
But if you're going to bounce, just remember, this is the face of the man who's going to dunk on Hasan. I have a 72-foot vertical. I'm literally going to drag my tiny little goat nuts across his...
Remember that Frogan made a dead mom joke to Noel on stream? Yeah, I do remember. It was one of the most awkward things that has ever happened on this broadcast.
When I dunked that basketball on his face. So,
Let's
keep that in mind as we play this game.
Yeah, I love him, dude. He's great. Anyway, got a 72-foot vertical. Can you do another chat voice with him? Yeah, maybe. Get that aspect of Zeus shit, bro. Shield is awesome. Yeah, Hades is fucking great. I'm really, really, really enjoying it.
Any chance you could add this BT?
If that's his girl, he is winning. Yeah, that's his wife, dude. It's his wife to be. Can I send you fish and chips with mushy peas in your P.O. box? Might be a bit soggy when they get to you, bruv. Oi, bruv. Abso-fucking-lutely not. All right? You keep that shit to yourself, bruv. Not interested. All right? Not fucking interested, all right? Not even remotely interested, bruv.
Playing at home with
Don't
my wife
do
today.
it.
So excited.
Oi, bruv. Mushy peas, bruv. You want fucking mushy peas?
07.
Anyway, boy, bruv, get good at footy, mate. Yeah, you fucking eat the vision troops, and all of a sudden you turn into fucking someone who's good at footy. Yeah. Anyway, where the fuck were we? How did the Brits colonize half the world and still have bunk food? I don't really understand it either. As far as personal news goes, fuck, dude, I have so much shit that I need to do IRL, like actual adult responsibilities, as far as like taxes and all this other stuff that's going on, you know. So like, are you still uninsured? No, I'm insured. Starting, I think May. No, starting in the beginning of, yeah, starting in May, I'm fully insured. Anyway, no, adult shit, like, my parents are still here and they're like extending their stay here, kind of, you know what I mean? So I have to figure out, what to do with the car situation there. Like, there's just some stuff going on, you know, that I have to figure out.
What about Gumbo?
Who are you paying to do your taxes, dude? It takes a couple days. What do you mean a couple days, motherfucker? I have accountants. Like, accountants, not one. And no, it didn't take a couple days. It took fucking months. I think they're very slow at what they do, though. I think because they charge like hourly. I don't fuck around with that stuff.
Let's go.
Anyway,
can you please stop cursing?
Yeah, self-employment taxes are fucking crazy, dude. If you guys have ever, like, I've done taxes myself. I've had an accountant for taxes for a very long time. Like, self-employment taxes are a whole different beast, dude, in comparison to fucking having, what do you call it, in comparison to having like
appreciate ya,
just employee, like just having your income taken off of your paycheck and then doing tax at the end of the year. It's so different than like having to do your own taxes when you're self-employed. It's crazy. Anyway, that's why, yo, you have a write-off as much as you can. Self-employed tax are my error with all the deductions and shit. Yeah. Maybe America should get a less complicated tax system. Yeah, I agree. Anyway, Miss Skiffin Will said you look like this league skin. What? I fucking wish, dude. I'm so fat right now. I wish I looked like that league skin. Too shredded. Returnal. Yeah, Returnal is coming out. I already talked to the only person who wrote a so-so review and refused to give it an actual rating. That is, of course, Gene from Washington Post. Outside of that, everyone's giving it like pretty solid high marks, pretty solid reviews overall. I mean, these are not like super solid, let's be real. Oh wait, never mind. That's not even the fucking scores. Never mind. I was so wrong. When I first saw Returnal, I thought it looked like, yeah, those are for other games, I know. When I first saw Returnal, I felt like the gameplay of Returnal kind of looked like D is gone, Papele D's gone. Yo, I gotta say something to the 1 year subs that are like definitely Discord frogs. You stop being cringe, dude. Okay, like completely irrelevant. But also on top of that, like I saw what he got banned for, and it's fucking bullshit. Like what he got banned for is literally bullshit. I mean, he definitely should have deleted the VOD immediately, stopped it and deleted the VOD. But like, I'm on his side on this ban. He's debating someone who fucking, for a microsecond, pulls out a frame of Hunter Biden's porn, and he gets banned for that. That's crazy. Okay,
4 months.
Straight up, Destiny got banned. Yeah, he should have deleted the VOD immediately. I don't know why the fuck he didn't do that. Regardless, though, it's this fucking bullshit ban, dude. Yeah, Hasan yet again defending streamers no matter what. Yeah, here's a ban. Of course, I'm gonna fucking defend when something that's indefensible happens to a person. Censored pic too? No, it wasn't fucking censored, dude. What are you talking about? Only the fucking faces were censored. It was literally, I mean, it was straight porn. Okay, it was straight porn, right? And ultimately, it was revenge porn. Technically, like it was porn stolen from someone's hacked laptop. But titties were out, and it was Hunter Biden just being a fucking king. Okay, he was having sex with 2 women at the same time, like just absolute king shit. Okay. But just because it's fucking cool, no, it's from the Daily Mail. You can zoom in and see censors. Bro, it's still like full insertion, motherfucker. What are you talking about? It's still porn. Yeah. It doesn't matter. But yeah, ultimately, like, if you're coming here to be like, oh my God, I'm so happy that Destiny got banned, like, no, fuck no. If he gets banned for being an asshole and like deserves it, that's entirely different than this situation. You understand?
Thank you, Hasan, for 7 great months.
I don't know how long the ban is, but yeah. Okay. Anyway, dude, if that's the case, anyone can get banned at any time. Is this a dangerous precedent? No, it doesn't set a dangerous precedent.
Have been watching you daily since
it's
the
like
on YouTube.
It's like if someone got fucking banned for a lady flashing titties and they didn't delete the VOD or something, like immediately. That's why it doesn't set a dangerous precedent. The precedent has already been set by Twitch, which is like you can get banned for anything at any moment, at any time. They don't really do anything. Anyway, yeah, I'm sorry to the weirdos who wanted to get some drama out of this, but I'm not gonna give you that drama. I think it's fucking bullshit.
Hassle.
Even this guy hates it. What?
11 months. Hasan?
Just can't have other people on your stream, not safe for Twitch. Yeah, it's like it's kind of stupid. Anyway, let's move on from that. But I have already sniped it. I love Nicola. What was Joe's speech about? So Joe gave a speech last night. We're gonna talk about that in a little bit. God damn it! Let me just give you a fucking let me just give you guys a POV for a second here of like other shit, and then we'll get to this stuff in a minute, okay? Oh, I went to the gym today, this morning, but I was too. I had my fucking buys hurt too much.
Will you play Pokemon Snap today?
So I didn't hurted. So I actually just stretched. And I was done with it afterwards.
Still subbed.
I don't want to fuck myself up here, you know. I've been working out a lot. I've been eating really well. I'm very excited about that. Yo, what's up, Central Committee? Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream, brother. Shouts out to Michael from Pennsylvania, aka Central Committee. But
take some of Jeff's money, brother.
We'll talk more about Rudy Giuliani a little bit. Anyway, as I was stating, so I went to work out. After that, I went to get coffee, and it was so wonderful out that I was like, you know what? I'm gonna fucking drink this coffee outdoors. I'm just gonna fucking do it. So instead of getting a you know, getting in a rush, getting a hurry to like come back home and like, you know, get prepared for everything, I had some time. I didn't work out as much. I just stretched a little bit. So I was having coffee, and then I saw someone who I hadn't seen in a long time, someone in the hospitality industry, and we sat down and we talked for like almost an hour, actually. And we were talking about like California restrictions being lifted, stuff like that.
Hey, Mike from Park.
And I think things are looking up in looking up in the
14 months
in the
hassle.
nightlife and hospitality industry in general in Los Angeles, it seems like. So I'm kind of excited to have like at least a bit of a return to normalcy in that respect. I think that will happen in the middle of the summer. June 15th, I believe, is when it's happening, and Vegas is reopening on Memorial Day weekend, apparently. Like full blown. My second shot is coming up soon, boys. It's coming up soon, so So today we are going to look at conservatives and their take on Joseph Robinette Biden's speech. Obviously, there's some new updates on the Ahmaud Arbery case, where there's federal hate crime charges being launched. So that's another piece of good news. So we'll see. This is like exciting stuff. Some good things happening. I'll probably go through some of the highlights of the speech itself. I'll talk about what I enjoyed from the speech and what I am still worried about. What I'm still
for the commentary for 4 months and more.
What I'm still careful about. It's a little too early to be drinking. I can drink coffee at any point in the day. I think the problem with drinking cold brew is drinking it too late in the day, not too early. But even if I was drinking alcoholic beverages, what's it to you, motherfucker? What are you, my dad? This is exactly what I mean when I say, like, people think that they have just complete ownership over the content creator that they watch. It's very weird, dude. Just fucking cool it, okay? Cool it right now. Calm your fucking shit. It really do feel like I got 30,000 mini bosses sometimes. Anyway.
13 months. Vlog.
But like, if the mini bosses, if some of them were like literally 14 years old. So, on that note, let's tweet out that I'm live. There's a lot of news to cover. So we're going to do that and get started on the day. Okay. Daycare is open. Talking Biden's good speech and hog reactions to it because conservatives hate reducing child poverty and taxing the mega wealthy. What else I gotta talk about? Rudy Giuliani updates too. Also some Rudy Giuliani updates.
Prime from Rudy's appropriated laptop has wood.
Get in now. Pagare. www.twitch.tv HasanAbi. Okay. People are like, why are you so fucking slow at typing? It's like, well, I gotta also figure out, like,
thank you, Hasan, for all you do.
I gotta figure out what the perfect,
I would not have been able to stay sane through the all-nighters without
what the perfect tweet is, you know?
My sexy looking good.
There's a Biden rally happening today as well.
Clap for that, you stupid
in Gwinnett County, where Biden is going to well, this is after he goes to Jimmy Carter's house. Oldest living president in US history, Jimmy Carter. Biden apparently was the first senator to officially endorse Jimmy Carter. I did not know this. On his presidential run. Yeah, he's still alive, dude.
Pogo Arjan.
That's what's happening? Yeah, I guess. Wait, what? Now Dems are doing rallies after being elected? Yeah. Good. Jimmy Carter is weirdly progressive now on foreign affairs. They gonna bang or what? I hope. I hope fucking Joe Biden blows Jimmy Carter's back walls out, dude. It's pronounced Gwinnett, not Gwinnett. Bro, let me begin. There are not enough words in the English language to describe how little I care about that, okay? I'm sorry. Like, I will... Oops. I'm so... I so don't care that I almost shut off the stream on accident. Like, I will probably never refer to it ever again. Governor Kemp says Biden's expansive proposals will backfire in Georgia in 2022, bringing more GOP voters to the polls. When the Democrats have complete control in Washington, D.C., you can guarantee they'll overreach. This is here in 1979. Joseph Robinette and fucking what's his face? The guy, the famous television guy. I can't even make a joke. I can't even make the joke if I don't know
my thesis yesterday after 5 years of
if I don't know the name of the person who Mr. Rogers is what I was thinking of. Thank you, Mr. Rogers, you himbo. Exactly. Here's Mr. Rogers, famous peanut farmer, and Joseph Robinette Biden.
Woodface.
Chat, I know that's Jimmy Carter. Like, there's people in the chat like, no, it's not Mr. Rogers, idiot. It's actually Jimmy Carter, dude. Like,
Mr. Malarkey and
wait, that's serious, dude? Dude, his fucking name is on. His name is literally on the photo, you dumbass. Yeah, Instagram is holding a meme summit. I know Mark Zuckerberg was talking to Tank Sinatra. Who I've known for a very long time, like the other day, just casually doing a live stream, you know? I can't believe Jimmy Carter wrote his name on the wall of the White House. That's kind of crazy. You look at that, dude. That's wild that he just straight up wrote his fucking name on the White House wall. Anyway, so let's get started on my fucking hot takes that aren't really hot at all, and I think very reasonable. Joe Biden gave a speech to the joint session of Congress last night. It was to mark his 100 days in office, and it was pretty solid. it was pretty solid overall. I was a fan of the speech. I think that the issues that he touched on were very good, but I have heard other presidents say nice things and offer lip service. That wasn't necessarily the reason why I think it's good. I thought it was pretty solid because there were also tangible policy positions or actual pieces of legislation that directly tied to the lip service that Joseph Robinette Biden was talking about. So I found that to be very good, including the PRO Act. He unveiled a signature family care proposal that is also very good and very progressive. An expansion of welfare policies is always good. An expansion of our social safety nets is a necessity and always good. Okay, it's really, really good. Anyway, so I liked it. I liked the speech overall. It was reasonable. Unfortunately, the saber rattling against China and Russia was there, but it was mentioned in perhaps the most positive way that you can mention something like that, which was more so to talk about our competitiveness and how America as a nation needs to get its shit together because we are competing against all these other countries, and we need to, we can't let China outdo us on cybersecurity, or Russia outdo us on cybersecurity. Things that I have talked about before to like rile up the hogs. When remember in the early days of COVID, I would say like, well, I mean, if I don't think that China created COVID, obviously. However, having said that, even if they did, wouldn't you want to have a better defenses against biological warfare in the future, even if they had done it? And that COVID destroying America right now and the American economy in the way that it does, doesn't that show you that we are no longer the #1 nation and we should probably fix that? That sort of thing. Infrastructure coming up, infrastructure spending that will be up to the standards of the rest of the developing world and even the developed nations. That was a solid way to talk about increasing competition in the international marketplace, like talking about labor reforms from the point of view of making our labor market more competitive. That is a solid way to, create fake controversy or ride the xenophobic points of view or the nationalistic points of view that people have into creating a more equitable society overall. I say this as someone who believes, someone who is someone who is a globalist or an internationalist. Okay, I don't I care about uplifting the entire planet rather than just a singular nation. While I do understand that nationalist rhetoric can be light, patriotic rhetoric can be good motivator for a lot of people. Anyway, so y'all cucks will jump off a bridge if CNN told you to. Absolutely. We got the lone one. We got an early one. Do not ban this person. Where we go on, we go all easy. Where we go on, we go all easy. Trump won easy. Trump won easy. Love that. This is probably a fake account, but still love it regardless. Anyway, so let's take a look.
Joint session of Congress, reflecting on the key issues dividing the country and unity. For the very latest, we go to ABC's Rachel Scott reporting from our nation's capital. Rachel.
It is an ambitious agenda. It's unclear whether or not President Joe Biden even has the support within his own party to get it done. But tonight, the president laying out a plan to address infrastructure, child care, health care. The total price tag on this, $8 trillion, a number that is too high for Republicans. But the president saying tonight doing nothing is not an option. But he is under immense pressure to try and find some common ground with Republicans on his next legislative push. One of the areas tonight he said he is making progress on is the issue of police reform. He says he'd like to get something done by the month of May. And while much of the focus was on President Joe Biden, it was the two women behind him that made history for the first time. Two women sitting behind a president of the United States during a joint session of Congress. Byron?
It's literally the least important part of the speech. I'm going to go ahead and say it. Okay? Like, that is straight up. I mean, it doesn't matter. They're still like, they got to keep that up. You know what I mean? They got to talk about like the aesthetics always. Anyway.
Thank you, Rachel. For more on the highlights of the presidential address, here's ABC's Trevor Ault.
100 days since I took the oath of office and lifted my hand off our family Bible and inherited a nation, we all did, that was in crisis. The worst pandemic in a century. The worst economic crisis since the Great Depression. Now, after just 100 days, I can report to the nation, America is on the move again.
Doctor said I got too close to
In his first address to Congress, the 46th president of the United States.
To be fair, I think, again, I think that he has gotten a lot better. Like, I feel like Joe Biden is the only person that has gotten younger as he assumed the responsibilities of the president. Kind of weird.
4 months.
Like, everyone gets old as fuck. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what kind of presidential adrenochrome he's on right now, but he is. I don't know what kind of sauce he has, but motherfucker's getting younger. You know? Are you planning on talking about Mr. Gonzalez dying due to a knee on the neck? Yes, I'm going to talk about it. Please. Like, yes, police brutality is ongoing. It's literally always happening in the country. Please constantly stop spamming in the fucking chat about another case of police brutality, okay? Please, I promise to you, I will get to every fucking case. Every time someone dies from any sort of police brutality, I talk about it. Please stop fucking asking me. I have an outline. Patience! Shut the fuck up! Oh, God! Fuck! Oh!
States embodying the slogan, go big or go home.
We also need to make a once-in-a-generation investment in our families and our children.
Proposing the largest expansion of government programs in more than 50 years, $1.8 trillion for the American Families Plan that provides universal preschool, creates a paid family leave program, and makes 2 years of community colleges free.
No one should have to choose between a job and a paycheck or taking care of themselves and their loved ones or parent or spouse or child.
The president focusing on his vision for the economy, tying his American jobs plan to everything from union organizing.
The middle class built the country, and unions built the middle class.
To climate change.
When I think climate change, I think jobs.
And his ambitious agenda paid for by raising taxes on corporations and the 1%.
I'm not looking to punish anybody. But I will not add a tax burden, additional tax burden to the middle class in this country. They're already paying enough.
During his remarks, the president sort of skirted the actual massive price tags for these plans.
I fucking hate this, dude. I hate this. I think he talked about the deficit too much, okay? One of the criticisms that I was thinking about after I gave it another listen to the highlights, one of the criticisms that I had was actually that he offered any lip service whatsoever to the deficit. When at the time I didn't address it, but it triggered me a little bit when he was like, you know, think about the Trump tax cuts. You know, the price tag for that was terrible. It's like, don't even mention that, honestly. Unless you are going to mention deficit hawking is fake, you don't even need to mention like the deficit as far as Trump's tax cuts goes. Don't talk about it as like a criticism of it.
Imagine thinking that
Talk
it's too
about
much
the
money
other
to
parts of
help out people
the
when we
Trump
waste
tax
so
cuts,
much on the military
which were
books and love
that
lives.
you know, CEOs gaining more money, wealthy people getting more money, and the money not necessarily coming back into the middle class, the American middle class, as they originally claimed, which Biden did talk about, which was very good, and I did like that a lot. Like his speech was really good overall, dude. Seriously, like 300 times more CEO pay, like fucking trickle down economics isn't real, and it's fucking fake, and it's not good. Like he hit a lot of high notes. Like it was very good. It was very, very good.
But he was clear who he thought should pick up the bill. He has said repeatedly, and he said again during his speech, he thinks that corporations should be paying more, and he thinks that high-income earners should be paying more.
President Biden spent 8 years sitting behind President Obama for these speeches, and for 35 years before that, listening in the audience as a senator. Now at 78, he believes his moment has come.
America is ready for a takeoff, in my view. We're working again, dreaming again, discovering again, and leading the world again.
As the paralysis from a national pandemic slowly lifts, the president celebrating the bipartisan effort to get the country on the road to recovery.
Together we passed the American Rescue Plan, one of the most consequential rescue packages in American history. We're already seeing the results.
Highlighting the role of government in the country's mass vaccination drive.
Thanks to all the help of all of you. We're marshaling, with your help, everyone's help, we're marshaling every federal resource. We've gotten vaccines to nearly 40,000 pharmacies.
According to the most recent ABC News Washington Post poll, the public gives the president his highest marks for handling the pandemic, with 64% approving. But the country remains bitterly divided, beset by intractable problems like immigration.
Immigrants have done so much for America during this pandemic and throughout our history. The country supports immigration reform. We should act.
Tonight,
So I think his takes on immigration reform were minuscule. He didn't really focus on it too much because it's his biggest area of weakness. Why is it his biggest area of weakness? Because immediately, as soon as fucking Trump was out of office, the media collectively decided to start taking dogshit considerations that Republicans have and reactionaries have in regards to like immigrants coming into the country and fucking shit up, totally made up reactionary fantasies, as though they were legitimate. Started covering the border crisis as a crisis that needed to be dealt with, that Biden was doing a bad job with. The Democratic Party is already super fickle when it comes to caving to the reactionary needs or reactionary demands that conservatives have. So they caved, and they act like their hands were super tied. He's not using the bully pulpit to effectively whip everybody and consistently talk about how important it is to allow there to be a humane immigration policy into this country and how that would be a legitimate solution. So he didn't do that. He didn't do that here, and I wish he did. Same with how much he talks about the care industry in general, especially elderly care or child care, is very good, but rarely does he ever talk about actual health care for the overwhelming majority of working Americans, adults, as far as an expansion of Medicare, which wasn't even discussed, and even the public option, which it seems like Joe Biden has completely given up on and rarely ever talks about. So that sort of stuff is really frustrating. He talked about, wanting to push for the $15 minimum wage, and everybody clapped for it. Meanwhile, like, the biggest hurdles for this sort of thing The biggest hurdles for him passing any part of his agenda is obviously the filibuster. And even before the filibuster, one of the biggest hurdles for passing anything, even through a budget reconciliation, is, of course, the motherfucker who was sitting there reading his pocket constitution because, oh God, I love the aesthetic plays that these old dipshits make. Like, and I'm, of course, referencing Joe Manchin. Joe Manchin was sitting there reading his pocket constitution and taking notes, apparently, even though there is literally a, like, I don't know if he was actually reading a pocket constitution or not, but, like, oh God, what a fucking bitch, dude. What an absolute bitch. This is all of us. Oh God. No, he was taking notes, I think. I don't know if he was even reading the pocket constitution or not, but, like, I don't know why he was taking notes because, you know, those, the transcripts are readily available, but who knows? I think it was just specifically for, I think this was specifically for this sort of coverage so that people could be like, wow, he's so careful. He's just like writing stuff down. Like, man, fuck off. So this guy, Sinema, Hasan, and a bunch of other senators are the people standing in front of progress. All parts of Biden's agenda that he mentioned tonight, or I mean, sorry, last night, can only be completed if Biden increases pressure and even threatens, by way of using Democratic leadership, loss of committee positions on all of these people that are portraying the role of spoiler. And I think Biden should be more aggressive. He should be more aggressive in the way that he approaches this. And that is if they legitimately want to get any of this agenda passed.
Hi, chat.
Joe Biden could be the most progressive president of our lifetime if he actually achieves everything that he talked about, if he actually accomplishes everything that he talked about. Straight up. But he most likely won't. And the reason why he most likely won't is because, by the way, the most progressive president of our lifetime isn't exactly a fucking metric of success either. It's just relative to our lifetime. Now, why do I say this? It's because, unfortunately, we haven't had many progressive presidents. You understand? So we'll see what happens. We'll see his advocacy. And how far his advocacy goes. His speech is good. He's talking the talk. He's starting to walk the walk as well with policy positions, like actual policies that tag along with the problems that he is speaking of. Policies that are actually good in nature as well. From beefing up the IRS for more auditing capabilities of people who have over $400,000 or make over $400,000 a year, all the way to potentially increasing the capital gains tax to make it resemble income tax. These are really good trends. There are really good policy positions. The PRO Act, like, all of that stuff is great. Now, what he needs to do is use the bully pulpit to start whipping the Democratic caucus. Okay? He needs to start whipping the Democratic caucus to ensure that you're talking entirely too soon. No, I am talking about my immediate opinions, and then I'm going to give you my speculation on what is going to happen. Okay? Joe Biden needs to stop pausing the video. Motherfucker, I'm a political commentator. Go watch the fucking politics videos on your own, idiot. We're not even doing like house reacts. This is literally my job. That's just in the background, stupid. Dumbass on the wrong fucking stream. Anyway. As I was saying, why is Joe Manchin so important? Because even if there is a budget reconciliation where any sort of like a proposal can get passed with a simple majority vote on it, you still have spoilers that are within the Democratic Party that make up the 50 votes absolutely necessary, that have a lot of power and can simply say, no, I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to vote for this. You have to remove certain parts of this legislation. That is really damaging. That's really terrible. And Joe Manchin and Kirsten Sinema not only don't mind being that person, but I'd go so far as to say they like being that person. I think they like the importance and the coverage that they get out of being a spoiler for the sake of being a spoiler, because they do not have a single tangible ideological position. Like, they're not standing against certain pieces of legislation from an ideological standpoint. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're simply there to spoil the process and make it about themselves. No, the Democrats can't just replace them. They are voted in to office. But the Democrats can and should pressure them, threaten them with committee position removals, and consistently get the rest of the country to consistently just agitate the rest of the country against them. And they're not doing enough of that. Okay? Like, neuter their power. Why are committee positions so important? If you're in a committee position, you're playing a more profoundly impactful role. You're playing a larger impactful role on legislation writing and what gets put into legislation, which means you're in a position to get more money from corporate lobbyists and donors. It's literally where your power comes from as a senator or as a congressperson in general. So, like, even if you can't threaten for committee removals, you could just straight up pressure people over and over again. Just like in the $15 minimum wage battle. Just like in the $15 minimum wage battle, they could have easily ended up overriding the parliamentarians' decision not to include the $15 minimum wage in the package, and then applied pressure to specific senators to make sure that they voted a certain way. We could have had the $15 minimum wage in this fucking bill. We could have had it in the previous budget reconciliation. And the reason why we didn't get that is because the Democrats totally dropped the ball and didn't push hard enough. There were still many avenues. There were still many opportunities. And I'm afraid that a lot of these wonderful policies that Joe Biden speaks of, including the $15 minimum wage, is going to go the same way. Okay? That is terrifying for me.
President Biden calling on Congress to pass the immigration reform bill he sent to Congress his first day in office.
For more than 30 years, politicians have talked about immigration reform, and we've done nothing about it. It's time to fix it.
This comes in the face of a record increase in migrants. 172,000 stopped along the southwest border just in March, the largest total since the early 2000s. And unaccompanied children are the faces of this latest crisis, with right now about 22.
No, the $15 minimum wage he has already done through an executive order, but that's just for federal employees. He's already done that, but that's not enough. That makes up a very tiny. That makes up a tiny fraction of the entire workforce that would still greatly benefit from a $15 minimum wage increase. But you can't do that with executive orders. You have to do that through legislation.
2,118 unaccompanied migrant minors in U.S. custody. Biden came into office pledging to usher in a new era of U.S. immigration policy by rolling back Trump's hardline agenda. As part of one of his early executive orders, Biden established a task force to locate and reunite migrant parents and children who remain separated at the southern border. But as of early April, the task force...
The refugee cap is still at the same levels of the Trump administration. There's so much that there's so much bullshit that the Democratic Party engages with when it comes to just like the continuation of white nativist reactionary points of view and reactionary white nativist policies, especially as it pertains to criminal justice and immigration, and also on the domestic policy side when it comes to economics, tax cuts. Like, Democrats hate unrolling or rolling back gains that the Republicans have made in these areas, and therefore they're effectively continuing the downward trajectory or the right-wing trajectory of these sorts of hyper-conservative white nativist policies. This is exactly what Obama did too, and this is exactly what Biden is doing in immigration. It's not good, because every time Joe Biden does not move the needle on our immigration policy to a more equitable and more humane immigration policy, and instead continues the ongoing cruelty at the border, he's doing a disservice to future Americans. He's doing a disservice to the Democratic Party's future in general.
Was yet to reunite a single family. Another divisive issue the president thinks he can get both sides to work together on: gun control.
We need more sense.
He also didn't mention student debt, which wasn't good either. I agree. He said student debt loan cancellation. I wonder if he's like waiting on that for the midterms or something, like closer to the fucking midterms or something. Even then, it's like, because like he's gonna do it. There's no way he doesn't do it. You can say copium all you fucking want, but it's like, it's such a gimme. It's such a fucking easy. It's such an easy proposal that it like makes no political sense not to do. It makes absolutely zero political sense not to do this. I don't know why he would not. They banned Bad Bunny for playing clips of Nick Fuentes. Fucked up. What? Off topic, but what was the point of introducing the Green New Deal if they knew it wasn't going to pass Congress? Because it is an outline. By the way, what do you mean? What's the fucking point? Look at Biden's fucking Build Back Better program. It's literally watered down Green New Deal shit. The Green New Deal is a incredibly effective way of speaking about climate change by hyper-focusing on the economic challenges and the economic aspect of climate change. It's great. Reframing the conversation away from like scientists that are fucking nerds that are telling you to, drink with a paper straw, to this is an opportunity. This is like damaging the environment, but it's also a great opportunity for many jobs that we can create in the field of renewable energy, especially considering that fossil fuels are finite and ruining the environment. So it is actually a incredible fucking way of talking about climate change. And I'm pretty sure that even the most neoliberal Democrats recognize that, which is why they noticed its popularity overall. Green New Deal inherently has been bastardized, whipped around by Republicans initially. Sorry, not inherently. And people, when you hear Green New Deal, a lot of people consider like, oh, they're going to take away my burgles and my cow farts and fucking no more flights or whatever. But having said that, the ideas are really solid. It's kind of like the difference between Obamacare and the ACA. People love having their children be covered up to the age of 26. People love having to no longer worry about pre-existing conditions when they're getting insurance, but they hate Obamacare. Like at the time, they hated Obamacare. Why? Because Republicans are very effective at messaging. So it's kind of like that. It's the same mentality with the Green New Deal. People hate the Green New Deal, but they love the Green New Deal, if you know what I mean.
Expectations because expectations were zero.
Anyway, Before I continue with this video, though, another thing that people absolutely hate is top of the hour ad breaks, or they love it, as a matter of fact. Now, they might love it if they are already subscribed. You can too if you just subscribe with a $5 a month subscription or with a free one by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You will no longer see ad breaks, and you will be able to send me links and fucking cry when I don't click on your link about your pet project that is political happening in some fucking backwater town while I'm in the middle of covering other shit. Now, this isn't about the police brutality case. This is in NorCal. Obviously, that's a important issue of national importance, but still, don't think that I'm referencing that. Anyway, so yeah, if you get those primers out, you can subscribe. Here's the ad break now.
Overwhelming majority of Democratic colleagues and close the loopholes required in background check purchases of guns.
D.
We need a ban on assault weapons and high-capacity magazines. And don't tell me it can't be done.
Already in 2021, there's been more than 13,000 deaths from gun violence and more than 160 mass shootings.
The flag at the White House was still flying at half-mast for the 8 victims of the mass shooting in Georgia, when 10 more lives were taken in a mass shooting in Colorado. And in the week in between those two events, 250 other Americans were shot dead in the streets of America.
Fucking iPhone in the background.
250 shot dead.
Hi, Hasan,
Biden also urging senators to pass the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act before the first anniversary of his death.
We have to come together to rebuild trust between law enforcement and the people they serve, to root out systemic racism in our criminal justice system, and to enact police reform in George Floyd's name. While the setting tonight is familiar, this gathering is just a little bit different. A reminder of the extraordinary times we're in.
The usually packed
The 5G vaccine for QAnon teens. Thank you for the 10 tier 1 gift subs. The 5G vaccine for QAnon teens.
House chamber was sparse. Just 200
What a
senators
name.
and members of Congress, some picked in a lottery instead of the usual packed crowd. No guest with the First Lady Jill Biden, but there was a new and historic visual.
Madam Speaker.
Okay, this coverage is so dog shit, dude. Mainstream media sucks balls, brother. It is so fucking lame. Like, they fucking talk about all the dumb shit. Like, this was jam-packed, full of policy proposals. They didn't mention the fucking PRO Act at all. Like, they didn't mention the signature fucking policy that he unveiled. What the fuck is going on? Like, I don't really care about the women in the background or whatever the fuck, but holy shit, dude. Like, it's not even this part that's annoying. It's like all of it across the board.
Madam Vice President. No president has ever said those words from this podium. No president has ever said those words. And it's about time.
For the first time, 2 women, the Vice President and the House Speaker, number 2 and 3 in the line of succession, sitting right behind the President.
It was such a powerful image, a moment that this country...
Dude. Nothing says I don't really give a fuck about anything other than like fake girl boss shit than a 1.5 hour speech that was jam-packed full of policy, and you spent most of it just like, I mean, there was like a couple takes that they talked about, like the gun control, but didn't cover the fucking PRO Act, the attack on trickle-down economics, which was pretty solid. Like, didn't even cover most of the fucking family care plan. Like, this is fucking nuts. And that same correspondent that they have literally spent the early part of this talking about the fucking the price tag of the proposal. That's it. That's the only thing they covered on that. That's wild to me.
He has never seen before, and you could tell the president wanted to relish in it.
Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina, the only black Republican senator and a rising star in the GOP, delivered his party's response to the address.
We also heard about a so-called family plan.
This was wonderful. I saw parts of this. I'm going to be honest with you. This is great. Like, the Republican Party literally fucking hates black people, okay? The fact that they put Tim Scott up for this is so hilarious because it is the basic old school fiscal responsibility politics that is so unpopular now in the post-Trump era within the Republican Party. I love it. I love that they were just like, yeah, go out there and fucking nuke yourself, dude. They literally strapped them full of TNT and were like, blow yourself up. We don't care. Thank you, Caped Sierra, for the 20 gifted. Like, it's hilarious. I mean, I guess they did it because, like, you know, oh, come on, we love black folks, don't we, folks? We love our African Americans, come on. But also at the same time, they like, this is like, his speech was so bad. It's like, oh, what about the price tag? The American government is going to be responsible from cradle to college. Like, it's like super old school, anti-social safety nets, Republican rhetoric that is dog shit, and most Republicans literally stay away from it. It is the outdated Mitt Romney style Republican politics that most people won't even touch anymore. So it's kind of funny that they put Tim Scott up to do it.
Even more taxing, even more spending to put Washington even more in the middle of your life from the cradle to college.
Criticizing the president's big wish list.
A president who promised to bring us together should not be pushing agendas that tear us apart.
Yeah, agendas that tear us apart, like what, motherfucker? Like child care? Like elderly care? Like fucking labor regulations? Wow, dude. That's a bit of a self-report, my friend. If that is what is tearing us apart, then it feels like maybe you're a little out of touch.
But for the president standing in the space under attack just months ago, affirming his faith in democracy, his eternal optimism for what the country can accomplish.
It's never, ever, ever been a good bet to bet against America, and it still isn't. We're the United States of America. There's not a single thing, nothing beyond our capacity. We can do whatever we set our minds to if we do it together.
So this is pretty funny. You know who else liked universal daycare? In Soviet Union, daycare is the norm, published in 1974. So this is actually pretty funny. So Marsha Blackburn is a fucking dumbass, obviously. A shame to the great people of Tennessee. But like an absolute fucking dumbass who unironically put this forward. I find that really idiotic. Like, why the fuck wouldn't you want universal daycare? What the fuck? But the hilarity here with Senator Marsha Blackburn's proposal is, or her rebuttal is, that's exactly what Joe Biden is alluding to. Okay? Part of the reason why we went to the fucking moon was because of the Cold War. Was because of the consistent competition that we were in the United States engaging in with the USSR. So that's kind of what Joe Biden was doing last night as far as talking about competing with authoritarian nations or autocracies and showing that, like, you know, democracy has to prevail. It is the kind of rhetoric that you use to agitate the public into coming to terms with really solid domestic policies and even spending on domestic policies from a point of view where we're like making our labor pool more competitive, making our infrastructure more competitive with the rest of the world. Because I'm sorry, guys, a lot of people aren't like you. They don't think about building bridges because it's good to help people and it will help neighborhoods and neighborhoods should develop themselves. They need like a fucking reactionary force to justify that sort of thing. And that's what it is. That's what that anti-Chinese like saber rattling is going to amount to ultimately, because there's no fucking way that they're going to actually engage in like serious Cold War for against China. It would fucking own them. And most of our corporations are over reliant on Chinese labor, or at least like maybe if not Chinese labor, but like, you know, third world labor in general. So no, Senator Marsha Blackburn didn't say Hitler just wanted to make Germany great again. That was Candace Owens. So I'm sorry, but that is just the case for a lot of people. It is just the case. Like, people need that sort of push. A lot of people are just fucking hogs. Okay? A lot of people are absolute fucking hogs, and they're like, yo, how are we going to let China beat us? How are we going to let China beat us? We need high-speed rail now, brother. We need it now, motherfucker. Like, that sort of thing. That's why I constantly joke whenever I talk about healthcare, and I'm like, what, are you really going to submit and say that, like, we're worse than the French? Like, really? Like, they have fucking universal healthcare. How the fuck do we not have it? Are you saying that we're worse than Canada? Like, whenever I joke about that, that's basically the same energy that I'm channeling.
Love you, chat Hassel and Hasan, I guess.
It's, even though it's straight up a fucking joke, obviously. So that's the only way to sometimes get the hogs on your side, you know? Marsha Blackburn on elder care. Oh yeah, this was pretty funny. President Biden's proposal is about anything but infrastructure. $400 billion towards elder care. Like, Marsha Blackburn coming out with strong opposition to elder care. It doesn't really matter. Ultimately, it doesn't really matter. Like, people still fucking are going to vote for her no matter what because, you know, partisan politics. Fucking Tennessee. But still, it's hilarious that she has to go out and stand in opposition against elder care. Because that slowly chips away at your base. No matter what, they remember that. They're like, what? Like, why the fuck? What? I'm old, Marsha. I'm fucking old, Marsha. You want me to vote for you? I need that elder care because people are selfish. What's up, Polka Laws? I'm a nursing home RN, and holy shit, we need funding. The conditions are borderline inhumane for both workers and residents.
Today is President Biden's 100th day in office. That benchmark for accomplishments in the early stages of a presidential term.
Oh my God, what is this with the fucking music? This is the intro music to this sequence, dude. Imagine Dragons, is that what it is?
Dates back to 19...
It is literally bar mitzvah music, straight up, dude. What the fuck?
33 and President Franklin Roosevelt. This morning, we're taking a look at the promises Mr. Biden has fulfilled and those his critics say he has failed to deliver on. Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cordes has his record so far.
President Biden took the oath of office amid a raging pandemic, just days after an attack on the Capitol.
And the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
And the second impeachment of his predecessor.
It's time for boldness, for there's so much to do.
100 days since then, President Biden has signed 41 executive orders, held more than 20 calls with world leaders, hosted one of them at the White House, visited 9 states, and met with dozens of lawmakers in the Oval Office, including Congresswoman Norma Torres.
He is a listener more than a talker. So for the first time, I found myself, oh my gosh, what more can I tell the president about what we need in the 35th Congressional District or in California?
One of the president's biggest achievements so far was signing the American Rescue Plan, his $1.9 trillion COVID relief bill, which sent stimulus checks to 165 million bank accounts.
This bill puts working people in this nation first.
Another pair of...
Are we all going to pretend that Joe and Kamala didn't purposely have their best chance for a minimum wage raise and slip by and praise him now for pretending he wants to? Not a peep about it during stimulus negotiations after bullshit parliamentarian crap, and now... he will find a way, please. Yeah, that's really cool. I also like to join in the middle of political coverage and assume that the political commentator that I joined in the middle of the coverage did not literally touch upon that point immediately, like probably for half an hour, as a matter of fact. I like to live with that assumption. That's the assumption I bring to the table as a chatter. What about you guys? Like, I love making the same point that the political commentator made earlier because I didn't hear it, so I just assumed that he didn't make it. I might have literally learned that point from the political commentator early on, but, you know, now it's my point, and therefore it's fuck you. Well, I don't bring anything useful to the table. I apologize. Motherfucker, I already talked about it. Okay.
Of promises kept has to do with the COVID vaccine.
100 million shots in our first 100 days in office. 200 million shots in 100 days.
The actual figure, as of today, 235 million shots. Though recently, the pace of vaccinations has slowed, a challenge for his next 100 days.
Go get vaccinated, America.
Another big focus of the first 100 days was dismantling key elements of the Trump legacy by halting most construction on the southern border wall, blocking the Keystone Oil Pipeline, and reversing restrictions on transgender military members.
I think it's been a disappointment, to say the least.
Hogan Gidley served as deputy press secretary to President Trump.
When you see President Biden getting accolades from world leaders for rejoining the World Health Organization or the Paris Climate...
I mean, Trump just gifted Biden so many dubs, dude. Like, literally, imagine being like, he fucking got back into the World Health Organization, and his climate summit was basically a restoration of the Paris Accord era promises that we were going to... promises that we had made that we're going to hit as far as our carbon footprint goes. Like, literally, all of that stuff. And I said this back when fucking Donald Trump was doing it too. All that stuff is like, it's damaging if you straight up fucking pull out. But it's still, it's not aesthetic. It's not aesthetic changes, but the differences are easy to, the differences are easier to change than actual legislation, like having a solid legislative agenda and following through on it. Ultimately, they're a little superficial. The best thing here is still the Recovery Act. The best thing here, and it would have actually been incredible if the $15 minimum wage was added onto it instead of them fucking refusing to pull the trigger in the last second and just kind of dropping it. But you know, Trump just gave him a bunch of dubs in that, with that respect.
You think what?
Hold on, I gotta pee.
Who cares?
I love you.
No one cares what the rest of the world feels as it relates to, is America being put first? Donald Trump put this country first.
There are some early promises Mr. Biden didn't keep. He didn't set up a police oversight commission, and he has not yet sent a gun safety bill to Congress or eliminated the Trump tax cuts. Pushing his plans through a narrowly divided Congress isn't easy, which is why he has often turned to executive actions instead. And despite this vow,
unity is the path forward.
His rescue bill did not get a single Republican vote.
If I look at the 100 days, it's more like a bait and switch.
The Biden administration seems to have given up on selling actual unity in favor of catnip for their liberal base.
Bridging that divide, it seems, will take a lot longer than 100 days, if it happens at all. Nancy Cordes, CBS News, the White House.
Just got to get some more olive branches, Nancy, on both sides. Thank you very much.
Here with reaction, and by the way, Biden's joint address to Congress, Senator Ted Cruz. Senator Cruz, before we get to the socialist, utopian, authoritarian statism of Joe Biden, I think we got to talk about the star of the night, and that would be your colleague, our friend, and that would be Senator Tim Scott.
I think Tim did a terrific job. I'm glad he gave the response. Tim is someone who understands firsthand that what the American free enterprise system is all about is the ability to rise.
Oh, no! Oh, no! No trigger warning for Ted Cruz, dude. Fuck! I'm sorry, I was peeing. That's that Cancun cruise, brother. Haha. I think Tim Scott is the perfect person to talk about these issues.
From nothing to achieve the American dream. And as Tim pointed out, the extraordinary journey that his grandfather saw going from cotton to Congress in one lifetime, in 94 years, it really embodies who we are as a nation.
Yes, Senator, let me get into some of this. If you want to call.
Motherfucker said cotton to Congress, dude. What the fuck, dude? Holy shit.
Do you think he'll go top 10 presidents thanks
Is
to
that
Trump?
allowed? I feel like that's kind of crazy. I mean, I don't know. I feel like that's just like, that's definitely a little sus to just like.
Donnie abandoned his wife in Los Santos. Probably getting all the pipeline.
Feel free. We'll take you off the screen for a second, Phil. You know, we could have taken him off the screen. But if you look at where we are, I think America's at a crossroads. You know,
Oh, Tim said it last night. Tim Scott said it. Oh, kind of sus.
I would argue we've had in our lifetime 3 waves of conservatism: Reagan, the contract with America, and the Make America Great Again, America First agenda. All things that we agree on. In every case, that agenda, those policies work. The history of socialism, you know well, is one of failure, of one of unfulfilled promises, more poverty, and then it's a question of how much freedom you give to the government in the name of false promises. Thoughts?
Well, look, I think the speech tonight, you could sum up in 3 words: boring, but radical. The speech by design was
boring but radical, dude. I love that. It's boring but radical. How the fuck is it both radical and boring at the same time? Nobody knows. It's radical to talk about cutting child poverty in half. Do you understand? When I think about people making over $400,000 a year actually getting threatened with audits potentially, I think to myself, that's a radical policy. Let's hear his examples.
Was calm and dulcet tones. You know, I challenge you to remember a single line from the speech. I mean, it was monotone.
Is that why he fell asleep? He did fall asleep.
The chamber was nearly empty, and that really has characterized the first 100 days of Joe Biden, that he's tried to say nothing notable, he's tried to tweet nothing notable. I think they've made the political decision that many people were tired of the drama of the previous 4.
Maybe he thought it was boring because no one directly said, like, your wife is a whore or something, or ugly, sorry. You know what I mean? You feel me? Like, that's the only way. That's the only way that Ted Cruz, Cancun Cruz, or Cut Cruz will ever perk up. His ears perk up when I hear people say that my pappy might have actually murdered JFK, is responsible for his assassination. That's the only reason I can get excited.
4 years, and they wanted something calm. And so, but Joe is deliberately being boring, but the substance of what he's saying is radical. This is the most radical first 100 days of any president in the history of this country.
It's relatively progressive, but like nowhere near enough. It's the only reason why it's considered relatively progressive, not radical, but the only reason why it's considered relatively progressive is because this country is, unfortunately, in the way that legislation passes in this country, is not very progressive.
This makes Barack Obama look mild and moderate. You look at what Joe Biden stood up there tonight and said. He said, number one, we're raising taxes. We're raising every tax. If you pay taxes in America, your taxes are going up. He said that they're going to raise individual income taxes, they're going to raise corporate income taxes, they're going to raise taxes on small businesses, they're going to raise capital gains taxes, they're going to raise the death tax. Every tax is...
Okay, he's not even wrong about the Obama thing, but like he literally said the opposite of most of the things that he's saying. Like I guess, but to be fair, he is not lying. To be fair, Ted is not lying. Because he actually didn't listen to Joe Biden's speech, as he admitted earlier here. He literally said, could you remember a single thing he said? No? Well, good, because I'm going to now lie about all the things that he said, because I could not remember and I was falling asleep. That's literally what he's doing here, dude. It's hilarious. I didn't listen to a single goddamn thing he said because I was sleeping. Because there was not enough incest porn for my taste, if you know what I'm saying. So now I'm just going to continue lying about the things he said.
Is going up, and it's to the tune of trillions of dollars. Look at what Joe Biden didn't say tonight. He didn't say we're opening up small businesses. He didn't say we're getting people back to work. He didn't say we're getting kids back in school. Completely missing from his remark.
Wait, what? I mean, he did. He said America is on the recovery, finally, as a consequence of our incredible vaccination strategy. That was pretty much okay, Ted Cruz literally didn't listen to the speech. Like, I'm pretty sure jobs was a pretty big part of Biden's proposals and a pretty big part of like Biden's speech in general. It's so weird. He's just, dude, I swear to God, dude, I love watching Fox News because it's like, you know what this is like? It's like you get two different types of content. Like, you get what actually happened when you watch the news or when you directly see what's going on. You see like the liberal, aesthetic-focused bullshit side of things. And then you tune into Fox News, and it's an entirely different thing that happened. It's just like, it is literally the opposite of everything that happened, but on Fox News, that's what the news is. So it's like, it's fun. There is no, this way, there's no filler episodes. You know what I mean? There's no filler. It's always like, you get the actual truth, and then you hear what the Fox News version of events was.
Tonight, what was the outrage that more than half of the kids in America are not in person in school 5 days a week. And he provided zero solution to the crisis at the border that he caused. He pretended it didn't exist. This was all about trillions of dollars in spending, massive job-killing regulations, trillions of dollars in taxes, and it was an unapologetic partisan speech. There wasn't even the tiniest fig leaf of an outreach to the other side. You know, it was 100 days ago he gave his inauguration where he talked about unity, he talked about common ground. All of that was gone tonight. Tonight, this was an agenda.
It's pretty funny to give the game away so early. But, I mean, he said everything you needed to know about what his point of view was when he basically mentioned that the speech was both boring, but also simultaneously radical, right? That's everything. Like, it's like, you know, his policy positions are boring, but also they're destroying America. It's like, what the fuck?
Agenda that was set by Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders and AOC. It's the radicals and socialists. And what did he talk about also? The Corrupt Politicians Act, H.R. 1, a federal takeover of elections to keep Democrats in power forever. And he didn't once reject the radical Democratic...
He lost it. He's like, he didn't once what? What is he supposed to reject?
Reject the radical Democratic plan we saw introduced this last week to pack the U.S. Supreme Court with 4 new liberals. This was a frightening speech, and it was a frightening speech masquerading in really boring tones.
Pack the courts, legislative filibuster, D.C. statehood, all of these radical things. You know, even Democratic Senator who's up for re-election in 2022, Mark Kelly, said, what I didn't hear tonight was a plan to address the immediate crisis at the border, and I'll continue to hold this administration accountable. That sounds like a senator to me that's afraid of the coming election, Senator Ted Cruz. That's what I hear from Kelly tonight.
Listen, Texas Republicans, how are you going to have this guy represent you? I got to ask again. If you are a Republican in Texas, how the fuck do you vote for this guy, dude? You are such a fucking major cucklord. It is literally like he doesn't even like give you any sort of like aesthetic benefit, you know? It's so bad, Texas Republicans. How the fuck is this the best your state can do? It's a permanent L, dude. It is a permanent fucking L. Goddamn losers.
Senator Kelly tonight.
Oh, sure. Mark Kelly has voted identically to Bernie Sanders. And it's actually a contrast. You know, Kyrsten Sinema, the other Democrat from Arizona, has shown some real courage. She and Joe Manchin are the two Democrats who are the only thing standing between.
Yeah, showed some true courage, as in literally fucking preventing progress that would help the people of Texas, as well as the people of the United States of America, from going through, from pushing through. The only courage that they demonstrate from a Republican POV is that they throw their bodies on the line so that we don't think about how Republicans are also preventing progress from happening. That's it. That is courageous, because they would rather take all the fucking shit like a lightning rod instead of Ted Cruz. That's it. That's the courage.
Ending the filibuster, making D.C. a state, packing the courts, the Corrupt Politicians Act. And Mark Kelly hasn't shown a fraction of the guts that Kyrsten Sinema has shown or Joe Manchin has shown. You know, I got to tell you, Sean, the most radical line tonight was when Joe Biden said, "We the people is the government."
Why would you do that, Chatter?
No, Joe, you seriously misunderstand the Constitution. We the people is not the government. We are not a country of dictators in Washington.
Okay, I can't watch the rest of it. It's so bad. Okay, Biden address rant. Democrats are mad when you have more freedom.
Yeah. So this is what they...
Oh, I love that. I love that. I love that. What is Steven Crowder saying about this? He seemed to remember something. Shapiro rips Biden's disgusting lie on tax policy. New Yorkers shocked to learn the truth about tax rates in America from the Daily Wire. If you have ideas, we want to hear them. Senator Sanders, GOP. Okay, there's some good fucking... Let's look at the... So now that I've talked about my opinion on the Biden speech, okay, let's hear from the true, brave, honest to God, red-blooded Americans, the real Republicans, okay? What the fuck do they have to say about it? Well, let's hear what Meghan McCain. Let's start with some light content, okay? Let's look at the conservative reactions.
I'm going to give you guys a little bit of insight into how Republicans think. There was a concern when President Biden was elected that despite his almost 40-year career in Congress as a centrist, that he would govern as a progressive, that he was sort of this Trojan horse for progressive policies. I had faith he wouldn't be that.
Like, why is Meghan McCain on The View advocating against like the policies that Biden put forward? Someone needs to ask her, like, what are the issues that you have, really? Can you please explain to me? I need to understand, like, when you say this, when you talk about like a Trojan horse for progressive policies, like, could you please outline the specific policies that Joe Biden mentioned last night that you take issue with? Now, they will probably say gun control. Okay, that's an easy one. That's a gimme. That is the divisive policy that Joe Biden brought up. It's not favored by a lot of people, right? But I want to know exactly what she's talking about. I want to know what adult Jojo Siva has to say
who has worse hair, Meghan or Hasan,
about, like, I don't know, childcare, universal pre-K, free community college. Like, I need to know why those things are bad. Okay, don't do JoJo like that. Sorry.
Seeing what he said last night, that faith has gone completely out the window. This is by far the most progressive speech of any modern president, I think, since LBJ. The answer to every single problem in the United States of America is to write a check and bankrupt my generation in the process. And if you don't believe me...
Oh my God, they're doing it. They're literally doing it. They're going back to the fucking old school, oh my God, we're going to bankrupt the future generation rhetoric. This is great. In the post-Trump era, as long as Democrats do not cave, do not give even an inch to this kind of idiotic fucking deficit hawk rhetoric, they will literally never lose elections. I'm sorry. Let the idiotic Republicans stray away from talking about Mr. Potato Head's penis and move towards talking about how it's actually bad that although you are suffering right now, the government, which has the capability of helping you, should not. Okay? That is a great place for Democrats to be at. That is a gift. That's a gift. Straight up. As long as the Democrats don't become austerity freaks themselves. Okay?
Because I'm conservative, believe the New York Times. They said, quote, Biden, a lifelong centrist, has moved leftward and moved the biggest expansion of American government in decades. And he's getting praise from people like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. I think that he is showing himself to be someone who I think there's questions if he's going to run for president again.
Look, not a single mention of the actual proposals at all. What are we upset about? AOC said nice things about Joe Biden. That is not a way, like, this is not how you're supposed to do political commentary. Okay, it's The View. I'm not expecting too much, but that's precisely what Ted Cruz was doing as well. Because they also understand that if you were to turn around and look like idiotic Marsha Blackburn from Tennessee and say, I hate elderly care, how dare you give money to the elderly, fuck you, then people are going to be like, wait a minute. Why do you have a problem with that? So that's why instead of actually addressing like the PRO Act, for example, they have to stick to AOC said nice things about Joe Biden.
Coming up because of his age. And I think there was an assumption that maybe Kamala will just take his place and run instead. And I think he is showing he's going to make his mark and be the most progressive president of my lifetime. And it is very disappointing to the people who had faith in him for running as a centrist. In regards to Senator Tim Scott, I'm a huge fan of his. I think he's a bright future of the Republican Party. He told a story about growing up in poverty and having to move in with his grandmother and having 3 family members.
Ironically, months ago, Chose were literally making fun of Dems for thinking Biden would be progressive. Were they? I think it was mostly like liberals that were making fun of leftists for saying that Biden's not going to be progressive.
Members live in one room, and his uncle pretending to read the newspaper to show a good example, even though we found out he was illiterate. He went on to explain policy reasons why he's a Republican. And in response, he was trending on Twitter being called Uncle Tom and Uncle Tim, which many Americans consider a racial slur. So it's okay to be racist and use racial slurs towards black men as long as they are Republicans. I'm disgusted.
It's not okay. It's only okay when you say it behind closed doors like I do. I, Meghan McCain.
By the response to him, hit him on policy if you...
This is a non-issue. Not that it's okay to fucking call black people Uncle Toms or whatever, especially as a white person. But the non-issue is a non-issue because it was one fucking idiotic, like, blue checkmark Democrat on Twitter that said that. And then, of course, Republicans in unison were like, we got one. We got him, boys. We fucking got him, boys. Let's go. Everyone's like high-fiving each other like, yeah, woo, we got him. Let's fucking talk about this for the entire duration of this news cycle. Fuck, thank God.
You have policy problems with him, but the way he is being talked about, the way he is being disrespected, don't talk to me about microaggressions with race in this country. Don't talk to me about the problems we have in this country with racism when it's okay to speak and treat a black man this way.
You are projecting so hard, LMAO. I love when fucking verified Twitch users fucking come in here and say like idiotic shit. Of course, it's a fucking verified partner who has named himself after cryptocurrency. Fucking crypto nerd. Oh my god, this chat is pure cancer, lol. You are projecting so hard, LMAO. No, he's talking about me. So ironic you are defending a country that still hangs people in public, Peepo G. I know. Capital punishment is abhorrent. Imagine defending a country that still engages in that sort of horrible thing. Do you ever not bitch on your stream? Genuine question. Damn, I love this. We're not banning this guy. We're keeping this guy in here. I love this guy. We're keeping him in here, dude. Imagine being a partner streamer. Yeah, imagine. I love that. Because like a lot of partner streamers watch me, but they're oftentimes worried about coming across as stupid because it's an area that they are probably not very knowledgeable in. Unless it's Bao Bao, in which case he only brings the conversation back to areas that he is knowledgeable in, which is veganism, which is why he only talks about veganism. But most partner streamers, because I'll fucking laser focus on them, won't say anything. But whenever there is a partner streamer that is that has the fucking balls to say some dumb shit in here, I love it. I love it. My favorite. Anyway,
they do, right? They.
So, oh fuck! Let me finish the Meghan McCain. Oh, so boring. I forgot that we were watching.
Who happens to be the most famous Republican black senator in the country? It's okay to treat him that way. It's okay for Twitter to let it.
Yeah, the most of her fucking conversation about Tim Scott's incredible speech, which is so memorable, by the way, literally revolves around one fucking Twitter lib saying that he was Uncle Tom. Okay, well maybe it wasn't that fucking memorable then. If your only argument or if the only thing you have to say about Tim Scott's speech is that like someone called him Uncle Tom.
Who happens to be the most famous Republican black senator in the country. It's okay to treat him that way. It happened if he was a Democrat.
It's great.
And it has so hurt me, disgusted me, and saddened me. Literally ruined my...
It hurt me. It disgusted me. It saddened me that a black man was called an Uncle Tom. Like, shut the fuck up, dude. Dude, this is lib shit, by the way. This is Care Lord. This is Care Lord content. It's my favorite type of content when white people are like, you know, I could not finish my mimosa. I had to put it down. Months. I'm serious. I saw a black man get called Uncle Tom, and my God, it was the worst thing that has ever happened. It's like the same kind of person who will literally fucking call the cops when there's a black person walking near their fucking car being like, I am so distraught by the racism, by the microaggression that transpired on this night. Wow. Day ruined. Day fucking ruined, dude.
A black man this way who happens to be the most famous Republican black senator in the country. It's okay to treat him that way. It's okay for Twitter.
Tim Scott's literally the only black Republican senator in the country? Yes. Oh, because she says the most famous black senator. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of, you're doing a little erasure there to radical liberal Raphael Warnock. I don't really like that.
To let it trend for...
By the way, in the history of the United States of America, not racist, by the way, not a racist country by any means whatsoever.
You should be abolished.
We've only had 11 black senators, okay? Raphael Warnock being the 11th. So just do with that information what you will, okay? In the history, not like proportional representation and it's like 11 senators in like it's not 20 out of fucking. It's just top 10 most recognized black senators. Yeah, in the entire history.
11 hours, which is supposed to be against their policies and standards. It's okay to let it trend against Senator Scott. I don't believe it would have happened if he was a Democrat. And it has so hurt me, disgusted me, and saddened me. Literally ruined my night and ruined my morning because of it. I'm so grossed out by the entire thing. And to Senator Scott, there's so many of us that support and love you and think you did a fantastic job last night. And he's the one that should be running for president, not Nikki Haley. I was really disappointed.
They let it trend. Twitter should have banned the trend from happening. I'm so mad. So I want to hear the big brain trust over at the Daily Wire talking about fucking how the working poors are getting away with not paying as much taxes.
He's talking about taxes because what he is saying is so obviously asinine. When he says that rich people don't pay their fair share in this country, that is just an abject, disgusting lie. It is.
Oh God. Oh God, dude. That's fucking great, dude. That is really fucking good. Yeah, time them out. If you go to like other people's streams because I called someone out and like try to fucking dunk on them or whatever, you will absolutely get clapped. Yes. I don't give a fuck how stupid a statement that people made. Okay? Same with like when I yell at someone and you guys all go super hard. Did she ever go this hard for Kamala Harris when people insulted her? Fuck no. Do not fucking chat hop. You know we ban if you chat hop. Anyway. I love this clip already. He's literally, he started it off by, he started off by saying like, it is preposterous that people say rich people don't pay their fair share in taxes.
Because what he is saying is so obviously asinine. When he says that rich people don't pay their fair share in this country, that is just an abject, disgusting lie. It is a lie. The top 10% of income earners in this country pay all net taxes, not some of the net taxes, all of the net taxes, because net taxes are defined as what you pay into the government minus what you get back from the government. So if you get back from the government more than you paid in, this means that you were not a person who paid net taxes into the government. Only the people at the top of the spectrum are paying net taxes in this country.
Hassle.
Okay. First of all, what a way to measure how people pay taxes. What a way, not the burden on the individual with respect to their net revenue that they've generated that entire year. Okay? But with respect to how much people are paying in versus what they're getting out. What an incredible fucking way to look at how tax policy works, dude. That is fucking awesome. That only means that rich people are making so much fucking money. They're making so much goddamn money that it literally doesn't matter if they're fucking investing it back. Does he think the government keeps tax money in its pockets? Yeah. Your value is what you bring. Oh, your value is what you bring to the states, except by that fucking standard, Ben Shapiro should be crying about red states every fucking day because they are the welfare queen states, technically. They are the welfare queens of states. You know what I mean? Like every fucking conservative Republican state is taking so much more from the federal budget than they give back in taxes. So what the fuck does that say? That's not how we operate. People like to complain about taxes, yet you tell your accountant to abuse every system in the book to pay as low tax as possible. Bro, are you trying to get dunked on? Like, why are you making stuff up? Like, literally just making stuff up. Anyway. Unless he's talking about Ben, but added me or something. But probably not. Why do you even file taxes? You're stealing from the government, getting a tax refund? You participate in society? Curious? Yeah. I like that though. He's really fucking silly. I like that. Okay, let's keep it going.
All of the net taxes in this country. When he says they're not paying their fair share, the only thing he means by they're not paying their fair share is it should be nearly all of your income goes to the federal government. And when
wait, actually, yeah, he's right. He's literally right. It should be nearly all of your income that goes to the federal government. That would be fair because that's literally what happens to the American working class, okay? It's not nearly all of your fucking income, but it's damn near goddamn close of what you have remaining. So yeah, in that respect, that would be fair. If we're talking about like the actual tax burden that you have with respect to how much money you have created that year or how much money you've generated that year with respect to your annual income, then yeah, that would be fair. That system would be fair. So Ben is correct in that regard. Okay, that's literally like the tax burden for someone making less than $100,000 or $125,000 a year is tremendous. With respect, oh, Jesus Christ, what? Fuck! Fix it. Camera's broken, boys.
My PP feel funny.
Like we're not talking about 37%. Oh God, what is happening? Fix it! Okay, this is fucking annoying. Oh, it got fixed. Okay, we're good. Okay, what? You don't like my calluses? Shut the fuck up. Anyway, let's keep going.
When he says things like, I'm not going to tax anybody who's making under $400,000 a year, he is lying to you through his teeth. When he says I'm going to tax corporations, corporations are not human beings for purposes of taxes. The money...
Oh, they're not. Oh, corporations are not human beings. That's interesting. Wait, so what's up with the fucking Citizens United, motherfucker? I'm sorry. All of a sudden, when the tax man comes around, corporations are not human beings. Everybody knows this. But when it comes to writing legislation directly, corporations obviously have to be treated like human beings because their interests are very important. They're far superior to the interests of the American public. Wow, dude. Wow. Wow. That's why he said not human beings for the purpose of taxes, because they are human beings when it comes to writing legislation or directing the legislative agenda. Woo! Oh, he's so good. Oh man, dude, he is so fucking good, dude. This is a brilliant take. All of this is, every part of this is fucking great, dude. What an absolute freak. What an absolute freakazoid. Okay. Okay. I love this.
That would have been passed on to you via income is being taxed up here. That money is now being withdrawn from the system and taken away from you. Corporations are going to have to raise prices in order to deal with the taxation effect.
Yeah, totally.
When he says that I'm going to tax all of these rich people on their capital gains taxes, what do you think those rich people are going to do rather than put their money in the stock market where they get taxed on capital gains? They're not going to put their money in the stock market. So what happens to your 401k if you're a union member or a teacher's union member?
Oh, wow. Oh, wow, dude. Yeah, because right now when they do that, it's working great. Yeah, rich people are just not going to invest, dude. I'm sorry. Rich people are just not going to invest in the stock market. So what the fuck happens when rich people invest in the stock market to the working poor? And this is why I've talked about this before, like the privatization of a significant government function, a social safety net that should be there for all elderly people, Social Security, becoming privatized slowly but surely by like changing pension plans, which already have like a fuckload of problems to begin with, into 401ks, creates a system where you, the average layman, everyman, the average Joe, think you have a vested interest in the stock market or a legitimate controlling stake in the stock market. And to a degree, you do, because of the way that gains are privatized, whereas losses are shared and socialized in our current organization of the economy. So you, as a motherfucker making $75,000 a year, think like, well, my retirement and my future is in this 401k, and my 401k needs to do well, so we have to fucking make sure the stock market is doing well. Whereas when we're talking about the real stake that the Americans have in the stock market, the top 10% of wealth in the United States of America own 90% of the stock market, okay? Only 55% of the country actually has a real stake, or 55% of the country does not have a real stake. Some 55% own stocks, but that doesn't necessarily mean like having a controlling interest or any sort of like significant fucking interest in the stock market at all. Social Security in my country is run by the government. It's almost bankrupt. Almost all these issues come... Well, of course Social Security is run by the government. Whew. The rich invest in the dips to take your money from your retirement. It's how they made billions. Yeah. So when Ben Shabibo talks about capital gains hurting everyday, capital gains taxes increasing, hurting everyday Americans, when Benny Boy says that, he can't actually address the truth, which is that only top 10% of wealth in the United States of America will see, I guess not even fucking harm, but will see an additional tax burden on this. So he has to say, your 401ks are going to be impacted because the rich are going to pull back their money. Okay. Where are they going to put it? The part of this that I get very frustrated by, the concept that I get very frustrated by here is that, like, motherfuckers will always talk about how this is the perfect system that we exist under, and then literally say that the wealthy collectively have a gun pointed to the fucking head of the American economy and that we are held hostage by their demands all the fucking time. And then they're like, oh, it's the best. It's the best, though. It's the best system. Bro, if your best defense against increasing government spending, your best defense against raising taxes is the rich people will simply fuck off and go somewhere else with their money, then maybe it's not the best fucking system, and maybe we should create a workaround around that, like punishing people that actually do this. Like, how are you going to sit there and be like, this is the greatest thing, capitalism is incredible, it's so innovative, it's so great. Also, rich people literally fucking own the entire government. Rich people literally own the entire economy. And as a matter of fact, if we don't abide by their extremely ridiculous standards and consistently lower their tax burden, they will go away. This is a good system. How are they generating that wealth? Well, they're generating that wealth by exploiting labor. But that's besides the point.
What do you think happens to all the other 50% of the population who are invested in the stock market right now? And what happens to the businesses that hire you when Joe Biden decides?
Yeah. Also, this is why I kind of get triggered by like the fucking new wave of like not crypto kitties, but like the Robin Hood leftists, I guess, when they think like they have like a genuine fucking interest in the stock market, like where they think that they have like any sort of controlling interest or genuine interest. Is like, dude, what are you talking about? Like, what do you think? Because you're like fucking moving $1,000 around that you like actually think that this is going to come back and help you? Like, you're a retail investor. They will do everything they can to fucking dominate you, and they'll rob you for the fucking 20 grand that you invested into the stock market.
Eat the poor. Yeah.
Yeah, top 10% of households own 90% of the stock market in the United States of America.
That your boss needs to be taxed out of existence in order so that he can determine where the dollars go. This jackass who's never created a single job in his entire life.
The people who don't pay their fair share in this country are the poor. We need to raise taxes on the poor. I'm not joking. I'm not joking. The poor in this country pay zero. The lower middle class in this country pay net zero. So we have a group of people who pay no taxes, a group of people who pay no net taxes, a group of people who pay all the net taxes. And his argument is that it's category 3 who don't pay their fair share.
Bro, this is great. I love that. No, I love that. This is great. We need conservatives to say this stuff. Stop throwing question marks at this. It's wonderful. It's wonderful. This is a gift. This is literally a gift. Okay? When conservatives come out and straight up say this shit, it's wonderful, dude. It is so... It's so liberating. Like, it's great that you don't have to have that that conversation. He's basically expanding on Ben Shapiro's take. Ben Shapiro is too smart to say it out loud like that. But that's great. That is actually what he is saying.
Fair share means your...
By the way, the other guys are laughing at him, but like he's basically saying what Ben Shapiro stated. He's just taking it one step beyond what Ben Shapiro was brave enough to say.
Your percentage of taxes. We've determined that there are some people who shouldn't pay any percent of taxes. The only fair taxing system is one in which everyone pays.
Right. I love that. What they mean by net taxes is what they're talking about as far as like how much tax a middle income person, a middle class person pays versus what they get back from the government. And it's like, it's fucking bullshit math for the most part. Okay? Like, what he's trying to say is, like, he makes it seem as though the wealthy are completely removed from how they generate their wealth. Okay? They just magically generate it. It's not like built on this robust infrastructure that is virtually impossible to fucking comprehend the actual amount of like the actual amount of government funded infrastructure projects and the amount of things that like wealthy people rely on any given basis is very, very difficult to calculate. So he's basically just saying that, you know, the average citizen uses this much of the government taxes, right? That go into like roads and shit like that. I don't even know if that's actually what you use when you're calculating this, but he's just basically looking at the value that you get from being an American citizen, the value that you get from the infrastructure and all of this stuff versus how much you're paying, like what your taxes are, right? So, what counts as middle class in America? Oh, you make $10,000? Uh-oh, you're a net drain to the government. Please pay $12,000 in taxes to cover the public education and healthcare we give you. Like, what is this guy saying? That's what he's saying, right? He's basically stating that, like, if you get money back from the government, and you're very poor, and you are going to get a refund, then you're a net burden. Well, that does not fucking compute. That does not even begin to compute how wealthy people make their money. Okay? Like, that does not add on. There is no way to fully calculate how much a CEO is benefiting from the infrastructure more so than like the average fucking citizen. You understand? There's no way to calculate that. There's no way to work that math. I don't know if I'm making myself very clear here. Like, assuming that the average citizen utilizes, like, I don't know, $10,000 worth of government funds on a daily basis because they're going through roads and fucking all this other shit, and utilizing the infrastructure that's being built is one thing, but you can never compute exactly how much a wealthy person is taking advantage of it. If you especially think about wealthy people just like poor people, like they're just only driving in the same roads. No, motherfucker, what about the truck that's driving on that road? You know what I mean? The truck that he owns. What about the infrastructure that was built, that the high-speed internet, the high-speed broadband access that like fucking stock trader relies on? Do you see what I'm saying? That was built with government money. What percentage of that directly directly benefits wealthy people? You cannot fucking figure that out, which is why this kind of conversation about like the net benefit or the net taxes, net revenue taxes, or whatever the fuck they're talking about is idiotic. Okay, it's completely idiotic. It's not really used that much, and the real problem is the burden, the tax burden that a wealthy person has in comparison to fucking poor people.
Stuff there.
What is this? Another Daily Wire host with a fucking flaming hot take. Why they have it if it's idiotic then? If they employ others, they benefit from everything that benefits their employees, which enables them to be employed so cheaply. Exactly. Some of the more direct examples of this, for example, is Walmart employees, and what percentage of Walmart employees literally rely on government subsidies like food stamps to survive. Without welfare policies such as food stamps, EBTs, that sort of thing, Walmart would not be able to get away with paying them bottom of the barrel prices. That is a direct way that Walmart is benefiting from government policies. Then there is indirect ways, obviously, like the roads that fucking Walmart trucks drive on, the internet that Walmart uses. Feel me? Another thing that government relies on is me running an ad at the top of every hour. At the top of every hour, hypothetically, I run a 60-second ad break. If you'd like to no longer see the ads, all you need to do is hypothetically subscribe. Let's say you have $5 a month and you use it on me, your favorite streamer, HasanAbi. Let's say you don't have $5 a month. Well, you can still subscribe for free. Now, how would you be able to subscribe for free? Well, hypothetically, you could take my wife's boyfriend's Amazon Prime account that he uses to buy me Nintendo Switch games and connect his Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you would get, hypothetically, one free Prime subscription a month. Now, you can use that on Ben Shapiro, or you can use that on HasanAbi. I leave that choice up to you.
Yay, 5 months.
So, hypothetically, here's a 60-second ad break now.
Look at the right hand. So you
all right, let's hear what this fucking caveman had to say about.
Don't see what the left hand is doing. And here's one thing that I will say, as far as the macro point of view. First off, you have to go back through this speech and ask yourself, and most people don't ask themselves this. This is the problem we have with a country when you have people.
Bad take after bad take, criticizing capitalism, yet you profit from it an immense amount. LMFAO. Sounds like you're jealous. Sounds like you should get better at doing capitalism. Sounds like you're admitting that capitalism is built upon the lie of meritocracy and that people can just skirt along. Perhaps you should get better at doing capitalism. I'm just saying.
particularly now you have a generation coming up of people who have been brought up to vilify businesses, brought up to see race as the sole differentiating factor, brought up to not contribute or not at least think that their contributions should create a net result, that they should be granted a net result regardless of their contributions.
Yeah.
This is the issue that we have here in this country right now is I'm trying to think of the best way to
participating in society is fun, will you benefit immensely, and society's fine and don't partake in the solutions you talk about is bull LMFAO. Yes, you're right. I should be building the Vanguard Party and overthrowing the government. You're correct. Organizing, as far as I do it, and educating people, which is my primary function on my political position and worldview, is not enough. What you should simply be doing is pulling a Ted Kaczynski. As a matter of fact, you should be storming the Capitol, and every moment that you don't do that, that means you are a hypocrite. What about macro changes? Do you donate to charity? Macro changes, such as donating to charity. Incredible, incredible take. Yeah, I know. Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos are doing such incredible work by donating to charity, right? I do donate. It's none of your business. And I don't like to talk about it, but love that fucking point of view as well. Yeah, macro changes like charity. That kind of delusional, brain-dead peasant thinking is precisely the reason why billionaires donate to charity or create their own fucking nonprofit organizations, which they funnel all their gains through, so that idiots like you will literally turn to me and get upset at someone like myself for saying, "Oh my God, capitalism is great. Look at all these incredible fucking wealthy people that are doing well. Why aren't you doing that much?"
Pepe Ladi.
Yeah, I love doing incredible things for the world by donating to charity like the fucking Clinton Foundation. That was a good one, by the way, Yanin. Good job for putting that out there. I'm going to use that all the time now against chuds. Yeah, I love how philanthropic the fucking charity work is for the Clinton Foundation. Anytime someone says like, oh, Pepe Ladi refugees? Oh, probably.
To word this. I'm trying to be as reductive as possible. And I say this because sometimes you'll get people on these panels, and let's be clear, with CNN right now, what do they have to do? They have to use as many words as possible to make as few points as possible.
Yeah.
Some producers doing this stretch out the time. It's really simple. If you look at Donald Trump's speech, any of his speeches, it was, hey, we're giving the power to you. We're giving you more freedoms. If you look at this speech, it's,
please don't make the taxpayer subsidize Walmart workers argument. Here's an argument from Ryan Cooper, who, yeah, I love Ryan Cooper, and Matt Bruning as well. In defense of Walmart, why corporations should be responsible for preventing poverty. I don't have a problem with welfare proposals, and I don't even have a problem with fucking corporations that take advantage of the welfare proposals. I get why this is I get why they're writing this, because it makes it seem like I'm against it, but you know I'm not, so.
Squeef beef?
No, they're not actually defending Walmart. That is, guys, Ryan Cooper is a leftist, and so is Matt Brunig. He's writing that to be edgy. Like, that's to get your attention. That's not actually what their position is.
Pepe La.
We're going to take him away for your own good. Look, all the things that they vilified Donald Trump for. Reducing tax.
Why should poor people working be responsible for making wealth?
Please sign up for my food drive to benefit LGBT youth.
Explain to me how wealth is generated without labor. Like, how value is generated without labor. You can't. That literally doesn't exist. Like, there is no value without labor. All you have is capital. Like, you'll literally just have fucking, let's say you have a factory that your dad died and passed away and gave to you. If you don't have anyone working the factory, you just have a fucking factory. That's it.
7 months hassle.
Labor is... So, like, someone says, yes, just become a streamer. Okay. The amount of labor required, at least for someone like myself, is still 10 hours a fucking day just on camera without acknowledging the amounts of hours that you spend off camera, like, that's still fucking labor. That's literally labor. You might say that that is, you might say that that's not your kind of labor. It needs to be backbreaking or some shit like that. But it's still labor. In the technical term, in the technical sense, that is labor. Now, the difference is that, you guys cannot comprehend is you're so invested in work being... You're so invested in the work being punishing, crippling, and awful that you literally gauge labor by how little alienation one has from it. Like, that's precisely why we mythologize coal minery factory workers and coal miner workers, like fucking hard hat wearing coal miners. Because you literally are like, oh, if it's labor, it has to be punishing. If it's labor, it has to fucking hurt. Suffering is good, actually, because you're so fucking invested into the way that that you've been duped and socially conditioned into believing that, like, that is the only fucking true form of labor, that any kind of work that you personally enjoy doesn't seem like it should be work. It's not considered work. It's supposed to be something different. You got shingles, though. Yeah, I mean, listen, we're not going to talk about that. That's literally what labor means. No, labor is not supposed to be fucking backbreaking. Okay?
Almost a year hassle.
From my seat of heaven, I will deliver unto you what labor truly means. I mean, I am giving you the technical explanation. Like, that is what it is. It can be fun for you. It can be good. It can be meaningful. Or it can be meaningless. But ultimately, it's still labor. Anyway. Thank you for that. Labor is any work done to add value to the capital, any capital. Is Addison Rae doing 5-second TikTok a day, every other day labor? Certainly. Yeah, you might not like it, but it is. It is literally, that is what it is. It's generating entertainment. So it is. It sounds stupid, but yeah. If Chatter wants to be really technical, Fossilbot is a laborer, bot becomes from a robot. What? Anyway.
Encouraging economies to reopen, right? With the pandemic. Reducing red tape and regulations. You're welcome for the vaccines. Also lower drug prices than we've ever seen in modern American history.
Yep.
No new wars. Right? Let's create some relief for businesses. Not give them money, but create an economy. Give them tax breaks. Hey, you're welcome for a $5,000 average annual increase in 3 years. 5 years under Barack Obama, $1,000 under former Vice President Joe Biden. If you look at, what's important is to look at, to distill this, to be reductive, which I think is important because a lot of people don't have the time to pay attention. People know how they feel, right? This visceral reaction they get. And often it's a fake reaction because it's sort of stoked by the media. Hey, I'm mad at Donald Trump. And now you'll get some people on the right, Republicans, maybe who are tuning into Fox News. Maybe some of you watching this right now saying, hey, I'm mad at Joe Biden. Well, don't get mad because you see me bad at doing an impression of Maxine Waters, this animal from the Great Muppet Caper.
It was good.
If you want to be mad because you go to loudandclear.com, check the sources. We have Congress.gov, we have Whitehouse.gov,
link in
we
the
have Forbes,
description.
we have Washington Post, we have Vox. The link is in the description.
What?
Get mad because you've researched it. But again, what's important is to look at why people are mad. Not just what the one person is saying, but who their enemies are.
Why is he sniffing so much, bro? Kind of sus.
The enemies of Donald Trump, the people who were mad with Donald Trump, what they were mad at is he's reducing taxes. Okay. Listen, you're mad at more freedoms. You're mad at
I love when there isn't really too much to talk about as far as a speech. That's how you can calculate whether a speech was effective or good overall. By how much the opposition chooses not to talk about it and instead it covers like other random shit. It's just like totally complete ridiculous tangent that is unrelated to anything that Joe Biden brought up.
People keeping more of their money. We're mad that he's encouraging states to reopen here. Okay, you're mad at people having more freedoms.
What?
We're mad.
Yeah, like again, not a single person is what the fuck? Not a single person is mad at that, or that's not what fucking he said at all. Okay, I gotta pee. Hold on, Jesus Christ.
That he's actually creating an environment where people are investing more. We need to tax capital gains more. Why isn't he increasing capital gains? Okay, you're mad that he's offering people more freedom to make their own investments. We're mad that he's opening up fracking and energy, and look, and he's actually he's not subsidizing. Okay, so you're mad that he's allowing people to invest in technology and in goods and services as
energy that's going to help all of us.
It's like Tim Scott's doing his rebuttal.
Yeah, I know. Well, listen, we'll go to it afterwards. I don't think everyone necessarily needs to watch this because I don't have anything against Tim Scott, but I think we'll do a better job. Now you look at Joe Biden.
Right,
what am I mad about? What is everyone here mad about? Well, he wants to increase taxes on everybody. Okay, all right, so now you want to take more money out of every pocket. He's obviously encouraged people to shut down. He's obviously encouraged some type of mandatory vaccine program, or at least
passport,
as we're talking about in dealing with commerce. Okay, he's infringing on our rights there. He's talking about doubling capital gains taxes. He's talking about putting our kids in school for an extra 4 years at the taxpayer dime and funding critical race theory. And by the way, just throwing more money at it. Okay, I'm upset about that.
Second Amendment.
Right? He's talking about taking away your firearms. And by the way, doing it under the guise of violent crime has increased. Yeah, it's increased because of the kind of policies that you've stoked. Yep. He's talking about keeping our cities less safe. The only things that he actually vilified are the few, and this is the question everyone has to ask. When you watch this, is that the legitimate purview of government? Now, the good thing is you don't have to guess. You have the Constitution, you have the Bill of Rights, right? At least consider it the map to your stars, right? That's not these aren't hard and fast rules. I would say they are, but let's say that you don't necessarily believe that. You're not an originalist. You have the Constitution, right? That's a start. So what are we mad about? We're mad about, is this a legitimate purview of government? That's what we have to ask ourselves. The only things that he vilified repeatedly in his speech were the legitimate purviews of government. He was saying it's the government's job to create shovel-ready jobs for you. It's the government's job to determine winners and losers in the market. It's the government's job to take half. Think about that for a second. They act like they're being a benevolent leader. Well, look, only 39%, that's fair. He acts like that's the legitimate purview of government. What is he not like? Cops and military. Cops and military. One of the few very basic, legitimate functions of government to keep people safe. Yeah. Again, you look at the Constitution, you look at the Declaration of Independence, you look at the Bill of Rights, you look at all of the corroborating founding documents. We've done a lot of videos on this. For example, like separation of church and state. I recommend looking up the letter to the Danbury Baptists. We've talked about the letter of marque and reprisal. I believe it was from Thomas Jefferson to a private ship. So you can find all these links on the website. Just type in founding documents, Thomas Jefferson. You'll find some of these articles, probably hundreds of them. When you look at the legitimate purview of government and you understand, okay, it's to keep the people safe. It's not to determine winners. Look, we're talking about founding fathers who started.
Okay, this rant sucks. I love that he started off with the criticism that like, I can't believe Joe Biden is saying a lot without actually saying anything. And then his follow through was literally saying a lot without saying a single goddamn thing. Like, he's just salty. I don't like, the least you could do in this situation is maybe say something, you know? New JRE instead. Joe Rogan clarifies his vaccine comments. Oh, shit. Spotify got to them, boys. Drama. Motherfucking drama, dude. I might fucking tweet this. I might tweet this one out, dude. It's been a while since I've tweeted out that I'm like specifically reacting to a particular thing. You know what I'm saying? These dudes jerk off to the U.S. Constitution so much you should be considered sex work whenever they mention it by now. True. Ooh, this is some drama, dude. Joe Rogan has clarified his vaccine comments. Let's take a look. Okay. I can't believe he would put dollar signs over the fucking free speech, dude. He's a brave truth teller. I think it's because of that Joe Rogan doing it. White House rebukes Joe Rogan after he says young Americans don't need a COVID-19 vaccine. Bro, fucking Fauci came out, dude. What country are we living in where Ape Man on podcast had such a fucking profound impact on the domestic conversation over COVID vaccines that Antonio Fauci came out and talked about it. And now he has to he has to fucking say some shit. Bro, this is straight up Indonesian level politic. I live here. Yeah. Motherfuckers in Indonesia are like, bro, I need to know what the government's doing with Joe Rogan right now. Yo, I can't wait. This is a YouTube apology video, I think. We'll see. We'll see how he dances around this. Okay, let's go.
The Joe Rogan experience.
Well, the White House commented on what I said about vaccines.
It's so funny. Fauci hit you up.
Well, he didn't hit me up necessarily. He disagreed with me.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got vaxxed up, baby.
Did you?
I got one shot in the arm.
I like this guy. This guy's funny. I've seen him live at, I think it was like a random fucking way back in the day, before COVID, obviously. It was like a random Soho House comedian night or some shit. And I think he's pretty funny. I don't know if he's going to be a fucking asshole here or not. He's a bit of an asshole, but I think he's pretty funny.
You already get COVID?
Yeah, I had Rona.
He's not one of my October. He's not one of my favorites, like by any stretch, but he's.
Why did you get a
decent.
vaccination?
I'm a sheeple, dude. Part of the sheep, dude. I wanted it. Because my antibodies, I think, were gone. The last time we got tested for antibodies was 3 months after. And they said they were there, but they weren't super strong.
No, I don't have a Soho. No, I don't have a fucking Soho House membership. It's a waste of money. Are you fucking crazy? No, motherfucker. He's on Dave on FX. Really good show.
Yeah.
What you get, the Johnson & Johnson?
No, dude. I'm a Derna mama.
You only got one, though?
Yeah.
Why didn't you get two?
Because my second one is in like 2 weeks or a week. They have to spread you out a month.
Yeah, 21 days, right?
I got it. Nothing, I don't know, man. The whole thing, like Corona for me was weird already. So I was like, I don't know. I'll just do that thing to not have it again. I bought into the system. I'm a sheep.
Well, it's not being a sheep. I mean, there's some legitimate science behind this. It's not. This is like the thing about this whole thing, this people being upset at me. I didn't say I'm not an anti-vax person.
Right.
In fact, I said I believe they're safe, and I encourage many people to take them. My parents were vaccinated. I just said I don't think that if you're a young, healthy person that you need it. Their argument was you need it for other people.
So you don't transmit the virus.
That makes more sense.
So
But that's a different argument. That's
I'm
a different
young,
conversation.
not so healthy person.
You're not that young.
Okay, Joe. Thanks, man.
You're not.
Okay.
If you were a hot chick,
then you'd say I was young.
I'd be like, you're on the ropes.
Am I backed up a
How
little
old
bit?
are you?
37.
Yeah, you're on the ropes, bro.
Oh, no. Oh, Jesus. That's okay. Let's
What do you mean?
keep
That's
going.
so young?
No children?
What the fuck? Carl Jacobs with 20 tier 1 gift subs. What the fuck, dude? Yo, coming in here and flexing that fucking Minecraft money, dude. Look at that. God damn, bro. What's up, Carl?
If you had no children and you're a hot chick, let's be honest.
I'm older now.
You're on the ropes.
Okay, fine.
I love that Joe's takes that he's rescinding on the vaccine is just, most of it is just like shitting on fucking older women. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. What a fucking ape, dude. What an actual ape. You had to get that in there. You know what I mean?
Fine.
It's not bad.
I'm getting older.
I'm old as fuck.
Yeah, you are.
Okay,
yeah.
I'm 53. I'm old as fuck. I'm almost 20 years older than you.
When we celebrated your 50th birthday, we were in Detroit. Where were we?
I forget.
And it hit me hard that you were 50.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, my friend is 50. And I was starting to plan your funeral. I was going through all that stuff. I was like, what are we going to do?
But honestly, it doesn't bother me.
I'm imagining a person who literally tells like 37-year-old women that they're on the ropes now. Like, oh, you're 37? You're on the ropes. Like, if you were, or he even thought he was younger than that. So like, oh, you're like 30 years old as a woman? Well, you're on the ropes. It's like, what about not being an asshole? Have you thought about that? I'm just saying, like, hey, have you considered not being a massive douchebag, dude? Oh, Jesus. Have you heard of a joke? I mean, it's still kind of douchey, dude. Not even kind of. I'm sorry, I haven't defeated time yet. Now, I know he's joking, but there's like a little bit of truth there. Anyway, let's keep going. And the truth there is that society values women by their youthful exuberance and their level of physical attraction. So then it's, you know. Listen, motherfuckers, I say misogynistic shit all the time, okay? I get it. I get the humor value that it comes from being like, you know, from edging on the line of certain things. Anyway.
No, because why? Because you're in such a great stride of your life.
Because I'm on fucking steroids. Because I'm juiced
Give
up.
them to me, bro.
No, I'm on testosterone replacement therapy.
I was just thinking about that where it's like Joe Rogan being a fucking poster boy for TRT while simultaneously telling people like, you know, if you're like 21 years old, like don't fucking take the vaccine, bro, is additionally hilarious because you literally take steroids, which by the way, I have no problem with. I've talked about this before. I'm pro PED. The moment that scientists figure out like, you know, a type of testosterone that like doesn't cause hair loss, okay, I'm in there. I mean, I still might do it. I might say, fuck it. I'm going the LeBron route. You know, I'm just going to keep fucking peppering more hair up there while also abusing testosterone later down the line. Like, I'm going to probably do it. Let's be fucking real. Okay? It's just, I don't know. I just find, what the fuck? Proper 9 with a 20 gifted subs. Why are you guys gifting me so many subs right now? What the fuck's happening? But anyway, thank you. Oh, I'm absolutely doing TRT later on. A therapeutic dose is generally harmless. I mean, it will probably still. I'm already balding, right? So I feel like if I do TRT, I'll definitely bald. Don't forget your balls will shrink. Who cares, bro? If your balls shrink, it makes your penis look bigger. Think about it. Yeah, exactly. Boom, all of a sudden.
Be in every vitamin known to man. I take a giant athletic greens every day.
Yeah.
I take a fucking pallet of vitamins.
What do I
feel
need to take?
Fantastic.
What do I
I'm
need
in the
to take?
sauna every day. Here's the thing, like all these people that are saying, and in many ways, listen, Here's the
King
thing.
Henry.
These are not
the
like
fifth.
planned statements. Let's be real clear.
Yeah.
When I say something stupid, I'm not thinking about what I'm going to say before I say it. I'm
Right.
just saying it, right? I don't have...
What is that, 40K again? Oh, at 40K subs, I'm painting my nails black. And also, what game did I say I was going to play? Wait, what the fuck's going on? Why are you guys gifting so many subs? Oh, I was going to play Subnautica too, because I shit my pants in the ocean, but you know, we'll see. It won't get there anyway, so don't even try. Don't do it. Actually, don't do it. Anyway, okay. 2BRO2 BKV, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Nor Reef Gaming. DHT make your hair fall out, and testosterone is 1/1000th less able to make your hair fall out? Yes. I produce a lot of DHT. Okay? That's why I take Propecia. You should consult your doctor before you do that. Okay, dude. Yeah. Mungia, thank you for the 50 tier 1 gift subs. Not finasteride? No, finasteride. I take not the brand name. I just use the brand name, but I don't take the brand name. I take minoxidil and finasteride, not Rogaine and Propecia. Limbo Rollin, Dizia, Soft Shell Krabby, a Lost Recon. Dude, holy shit, this is turned into a fucking subathon over here. Oh God. Let's keep going in the video.
An off-air and on-air voice. I don't.
No.
I have me.
This is us.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got through the fucking net and I'm swimming in open waters. Okay?
Yeah.
And that's just how I live.
Yeah.
I don't, like, if you say you disagree with me, I probably disagree with me too. I disagree with me all the time. If someone said, you have, young, healthy, 21-year-old people who eat well and exercise are not at high risk for coronavirus, but you should think about other people, I would say, well, that's a different argument, and yes, that makes sense. But I would say, aren't those people vaccinated?
What I failed to consider if I paint my nails black is that, will you be able to bite your nails still, even if you paint them? Or does it taste different? Oh, Jesus Christ. Skip the middleman. Drink the paint. Dude, do you want to lose your smell and taste for up to 2 years or do something with literally no downside? Yeah, I do. Avoid swallowing the chips, though. Put vinegar on your nails? What do you mean? Like salt and vinegar chips? Is that what you're talking about? I'm just going to fucking salt and vinegar chip it up? People paint their nails clear to stop biting them? Stop biting my nails when I chip the tooth doing it? What the fuck? Have you really considered steroids? Yeah, 100%. If from an early on age too. Like I straight up have General Canada. What the fuck? I don't even know how many that is. 50 tier subs. Why hasn't your sub counter gone up? Because it's too fast for the sub counter to fucking comprehend. It'll go up in a second. Are you interested in Returnal? Sorry if you mentioned it early in the stream. I'm working right now. I am interested in it. Noah Reef Gaming, thank you for the 5. I am interested in Returnal, but I don't know if it's going to be good or not. We'll see.
And shouldn't we vaccinate the vulnerable people?
Yeah.
And then we'd have a different conversation.
Right.
The problem is today, everything's all headlines and highlights, and it's all clickbait, which is fine. That's the business. Yeah. And listen, I have a deep respect for real journalism. I love Glenn Greenwald and Matt Taibbi and people that stick their fucking neck out and do real journalism. But there's a lot.
Yeah. By the way, real journalism is not when you like fucking write an incredible book on, Goldman Sachs or police brutality, or, I mean, I guess he respects all of that stuff too that they've done, to be fair. But the real reason why he's bringing up those two names right now is because they're fucking boomers that have lost a part of their fucking brain capacity to the culture wars and how hysterical SJWs are. Okay? That's literally the main reason. That's what he means when he says, like, they're sticking their fucking necks out. Even Matt Taibbi, 100%. Matt Taibbi and Glenn Greenwald both are, like, constantly fucking talking about, like, weirdos on the internet who are being hysterical, and how that says something about the importance of society. I mean, Glenn even takes it one step further and, like, will routinely defend Republicans. I don't know what the fuck's going on, but
a lot of people out there that have to make a fucking living. And what's the best way to make a living? Well, here's one way. Take a jackass like me. Go over their podcast. Go over this 3-hour drunken, ridiculous podcast. Do we drink with Dave? Yes. No. Dave Smith?
I don't know. I don't think so.
No.
No,
I don't think we
not.
drank.
Say no, probably not.
But that's unusual.
Yeah.
A lot of times we're drinking
Every time I'm here.
or we're high.
Yeah.
And I say stupid shit. I get it. And if you mind that and you
listen, the real journalism is when you defend Matt Gaetz and Tucker Carlson, and the more you do that, the more real of a journalist you are. You're a real ass journalist when you do that. That's why Fox News is a bunch of real journalists.
Make money off of that, more power to you.
Sure.
I don't care.
Yeah.
I'm happy for you.
Right.
But just don't lie. Just don't lie.
Right.
Get a little clickbaity. We're good.
Yeah.
That's okay.
But I'm not going to lie.
Let me say one other thing. I was going to get the vaccine. I was scheduled to get the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. The UFC had allocated a certain amount of vaccines for all their employees.
Right.
And so Dana said,
I mean, this is the ultimate Joe Rogan fucking take, which is, I'm a dumb ape and I should not be taken seriously. And it's your fault for taking me seriously when I was talking about fucking something very serious and I had serious opinions. Like, it's not as bad as the I was just kidding defense. But this is his ultimate defense always. It's like, don't listen to me. I'm an ape. Problem is, people do listen. Okay? And it's still bad. So, like, be a little bit more responsible. I mean, listen, I still watch a fuckload of Joe Rogan. You know this already. I watch Joe Rogan all the time. But just, like, don't do that. Don't fucking come out with a statement that is, like, fucking, anti-vax when vaccine hesitancy is a gigantic problem. Gigantic fucking problem. And you have a fucking huge audience and they hang on every word. Like, you have a huge audience of people who literally started doing, like, Brazilian jiu-jitsu and shit. He is a guy, when you are with friends, you talk to each other about stuff, but he has millions and millions of viewers. Yeah, it's like, I've said that before. Joe Rogan is like the same Joe Rogan is like listening to a conversation that you have with your friends, okay? But you're having that conversation in private, and you guys are all fucking idiots. The problem is, Joe Rogan has a profound amount of influence, so it goes one step beyond just simple entertainment and turns into, like, I'm going to hang on every word that this fucking ape has to say, especially when it corresponds to the personal biases that people might have that happen to go against the consensus from the scientific community. Would you go on Joe Rogan if you were invited is the most common question asked in here. And the answer always is, of course. Ultra PG with the 50 tier 1 gift subs. Holy shit. Uh-oh. I mean, it's pretty much a wrap at this point. I don't know how you haven't been invited yet, because I shit on him too much. If I sucked him off more, he would have had me on a long time ago. Like, Joe Rogan will have people from all walks of life, all different kinds of takes. But if anyone is like very publicly and very routinely criticizing him, it doesn't matter if they're a fucking fan or if they used to be a massive fan of him or not. Like I was. He's not going to have you on the show. Bill Burr gets a pass? Okay, Bill Burr is literally someone Joe Rogan is personally a fan of.
Do you want to come in and get the vaccine? I said, sure. What day? And he said, we'll set one aside when you come in for the fights. Come get vaccinated. I said, okay, great. I went in there. I spoke to Dr. Davidson. He said, the way the CDC has the vaccines allocated, we really have to do you at the clinic. So can you come to the hospital?
New all gas, no brakes is in 15 minutes. Also, on top of that, we literally have the... is there a PlayStation State of Play tonight or what? Jordan Peterson on why beta males become movie stars. What the fuck? Bro, I thought this dude was retired, bro. He's back. Jordan Peterson's back in a big way, boys.
And I said, I can't. I don't have time. He said you'd have to come back on Monday. I said, I'll work this out. And then it got pulled.
Right.
Like right afterwards,
Blood
the Johnson
clots.
Johnson thing got pulled. Which, now, here's the thing. Any medication, again, I'm not a doctor. I'm a fucking moron. And I'm a cage fighting commentator who's a dirty stand-up comedian who just told you I'm drunk most of the time. And I do testosterone and I smoke a lot of weed. But I'm not a respected source of information, even for me. If I say things, I'm always going, check on that, Jamie. I don't know if that's true.
Right.
I do that all the time.
Right.
But I at least try to be honest about what I'm saying.
Or what you feel.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah.
You're allowed to feel. You're like, this is how I kind of feel.
Episodes of the Joe Rogan Experience are now free on Spotify. That's right. They're free. From September 1st to December 1st, they're going to be available everywhere. But after December 1st, they will only be available on Spotify, but they will be free. That includes the video. The video will also be there. It'll also be free. That's all we're asking. Just go download Spotify. Much love.
Sorry, I just got delivery. State of play in 10 minutes. Check my logs. You really need to get that Returnal. Getting great reviews. Ultra PG, thank you for the 16 tier 1 gift subs. Jesus Christ. Okay. New update on Jeff Wittick's injury? I don't want to watch that. Do you watch Russell Brand? Not really. I want to see this.
When did masculinity become something bad? As I sit here with ripped jeans and my legs crossed.
Maybe when all us men decided that we would accept that characterization of it.
I never accepted it. I mean, like, I don't know. I remember growing up, right? And I think I saw it like play out in movies. Like I remember growing up and I remember seeing like
TV too. It went from My Three Sons and Father Knows Best to
dude.
Well,
to what are the
to every
nerds?
father being a buffoon.
Yeah. So I'm literally watching movies and I'm like, okay, Bruce Willis is saving the day, right? And then like 90s, Bruce Willis is still saving the day. And then it's 2000s. I'm like, do we have nobody new here? Is Bruce Willis still the only fucking man left saving the god?
Bro, here's what... Okay, I'm going to explain it very easily, okay? These concepts are what you make of them, okay? Masculinity could be a trait that you associate with, like, being confident, for example, or being brave, or whatever the fuck. Where versus when we talk about, like, toxic masculinity... It is a bastardized version of masculinity that insecure people, when insecure people that want to portray themselves as masculine, will engage in acts that hurt themselves. Okay? That's it. Like, for example, people being like, I'm such a manly man, brother. Look at the big fat fucking steak that I have. Like, it's clown shit. Okay? That's what toxic masculinity is. You're not fucking brave. You're not a leader. You're not like actually fucking doing any masculine things. You're just looking like a clown ass. But other insecure people are also responding to that with their lizard brains and assuming that, like, you're a fucking masculine person. Absolutely zero people will be like, oh my God, the male hero saved the fucking babies from an orphanage. That's toxic masculinity. It's not that, which is precisely why a lot of people who want to make this criticism will turn around and act like that's what fucking people are upset about. Okay? And I say this as someone who is pretty fucking masculine, okay? There's just a difference between, like, what you make of masculinity and what you consider to be toxic masculinity. Man, if you say so. I mean, maybe I'm not. I don't know. I am, to some degree, to some respects, like, painfully fucking cishet. Wear sunscreen. You are not stronger than the sun, homie. That's toxic masculinity. I'm just saying, like,
damn day, like we just ran out of young, I guess, masculine men that were going to be the heroes, and then all of a sudden, like, these like Michael Cera types. He could be a sweet guy, but he's playing like this imp guy, you know, who's just being like walked around on a leash by his girl in every movie.
Yeah, good got to be synonymous with harmless.
But I don't understand it, because I don't think that you can make that a trend. I can't speak on behalf of chicks, but I don't think that you can, like, make chicks like beta males. I don't think that.
This is a great conversation. I love that we treat Jordan Peterson as like this brilliant fucking intellectual, and he's having a conversation with fucking Andrew Schultz, and he's like, yeah, you're making quite the profound point right now, Andrew, about how bitches don't be wanting to fuck beta males. Like, dog, you're literally having, again, this goes back to like the Joe Rogan thing that we were talking about earlier, where it's like, you're literally having the fucking conversation that like me and my homies had when we were 20 years old, sitting around on a fucking hot couch, okay? Sitting on a leather couch that's too hot, having this conversation in a living room. Like, this is not like some profound revelation, but to all the idiots who watch this shit, they see the college professor saying things that they agree with, and they're like, oh, this guy must be fucking brilliant. The things that he's talking about are incredible. Also, I love the fucking masculine, like, norms, gender norms, or what is decidedly masculine being talked about by someone like Jordan Peterson, who does cry from time to time when he thinks about the fall of Western civilization and men, right? Which normally would be something that is like beta by the same metrics that they rigorously apply to standards, right? Who isn't very masculine at all. I mean, he's a fucking college professor. The outdated, antiquated way of like thinking about masculine features does not apply to Jordan Peterson.
That exists, right? Like, don't we like what we like? I mean, maybe an outfit can change. Maybe we like certain jeans and other people like skirts. But at the end of the day, I think there's going to be certain characteristics of the opposite sex that we're going to be drawn to biologically.
Well, you know, one of the ones you already discussed is competence. Anybody with any sense is going to...
See, that's what I'm saying. It's like competence. Why is competence a masculine feature? I literally don't understand that. Like, what is is femininity like not competent? Is it incompetent? Like, why is competence a masculine feature? And it's like the thing that's why I said, like, it's what you associate with it. People just make that up as they go along, right? You're just making it up. Like, competence is completely removed from masculinity. Like, what? How the fuck could you sit here and be like, no, competence is actually biologically a trait associated with men and masculinity? Like, why? I don't understand it. I literally don't understand it. Like, unless your point literally is, well, women are incompetent. Women be incompetent. Like, Competence is an attractive feature. Competence is not like it's removed from masculinity, though.
Prefer competence unless they want someone who's emasculated and is completely powerless, and because then they don't have to be afraid of them in some sense. I mean, they should be more afraid of them, really. But you know, when you can,
maybe you don't understand because it's too feminine. In whose eyes? That's the other question. It's like, so you look to someone like myself, for example, someone who is 6'4", 260 pounds, like who eats 2 pounds of straight white chicken breast every fucking day, which, by the way, those are not my standards of masculinity. Those are your standards of masculinity, right? And you say, I am too beta in comparison to fucking Jordan Peterson. You know what I mean? Like who decides this then? Is it just you? Like, how are we going to sit here and be like, Ben Shapiro is significantly more masculine than fucking HasanAbi, dude? Are you kidding me? Like, motherfucker walks around in a sports coat with elbow pads. You know what I mean? Come on, dude.
confuse competence with power, then you punish competence, and maybe then you become attracted to weakness because it's not authoritarian. It doesn't look like tyranny, but that's only because competence and power are confused in your mind.
Competence and power. Yeah, there's this thing with power.
Yeah, that's for sure. It's there's this claim that all of our institutions are based on power. It's like, no, they're not. Only when they're corrupt is that true.
What? Wait, what are they based on then?
Has
like no, they're not. It's
competence and power. Yeah, there's this thing with power.
Yeah, that's for sure. It's there's this claim that all of our institutions are based on power. It's like, no, they're not. Only when they're corrupt is that true.
Has anybody that you've studied throughout history managed to obtain a significant amount of power and done the right thing with it?
Well, I think most of our institutions that function reasonably well do that reasonably well, or had. We're all
like what? I need to know. What do you mean by that?
But there's a huge difference between Joseph Stalin and Franklin Roosevelt.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. So, if you look.
Okay. So, what does that mean? I don't understand. He can't. He doesn't ever say anything. The thing I don't understand about Jordan Peterson is why people think he's so profound, because he just reaches to the energy of a certain argument without fully subscribing to it ever. Okay. And he'll just keep making cyclical arguments over and over again, cyclical points over and over again, which is there's a difference between Joseph Stalin and Franklin Delano Roosevelt. You get it. It's like, why? What is that? How does that have to do with power or people who have institutional power that don't go corrupt? What does that even have to do with? What does that even have to do with power in general? Because ultimately, democracy or every sort of governance literally revolves around the distribution of power. That's just what it is. That is technically what it is. Okay. So for him to say well, these are not about power, I don't understand how you can make that argument and then not even make an argument and continue on with a difference between, FDR and Stalin.
Look at the Democratic West, all things considered.
Yeah.
The leadership has been okay to good.
FDR did fucking put, the camps were not a great demonstration of power. I know we're going to watch the PlayStation event in a second. I want to finish this first. And I know, listen, There's like a weird sea of people in here right now. Half of you guys are losing your mind over the PlayStation event, and half of you guys are losing your mind over the Andrew video. Is there actually a PlayStation event? Like, is there a State of Play PlayStation event? Because I will watch
especially compared to absolutely catastrophically horrible, which is the alternative.
Yeah. Is it
so? When we don't give our functional institutions the benefit of the doubt, and that doesn't mean they shouldn't be subject to criticism. But the idea that they're predicated on arbitrary power.
Oh my God, my door is open and some people just walked in. Straight up. Why is your door open? Because I was putting groceries into my apartment. Guys, okay, I'm gonna watch all of that. Just fucking wait, dude. I'm gonna watch all of that. Before I continue with like everything that's going on, okay? And the State of Play, I can't wait to fucking see Ratchet and Clank again. It's gonna be fucking Ratchet and Clank over and over again. I need to run an ad. It's top of the hour every hour, and you can avoid those ads by a bit rough. 60-second ad break or fucking by subscribing.
Hi, I'm Jeff, audio producer at Unknown Worlds.
Here, we'll watch this for now, and then I'll watch the Andrew video. Here's the ad break now.
Plunges players into a frigid underwater adventure in search of answers. Here, the native wildlife above and below the surface.
Is this literally Subnautica?
Assuming you don't become an ice pop first. The previous research crew has vanished, including your sister.
Oh no, 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 no.
She never took it off. To uncover the truth, you'll need to get crafty, building tools and shelter for your survival.
Okay, this doesn't look so scary, chat. You guys fucking made it seem like this. Oh God. Okay, never mind.
I told you to stay off my land.
With the PS5 DualSense controller, every icy shock feels like it's being sent right into your hands. The haptic feedback system allows you to feel each adrenaline-filled chase and provides visual and audio cues as you use resources, encounter key game moments, or get into situations where it's probably best to run. By the time you squint to see what's ahead, it may already be too late. Fortunately, when you play Below Zero on PS5, players will get a crystal clear experience with up to 4K graphics, targeting 60 FPS when in performance mode. And if you already own a physical or digital version of the first Subnautica on PS4, you'll be able to upgrade to the digital PS5 version at no additional cost. We hope you're as excited as we are to dive into the world of Subnautica Below Zero when it launches on PS5 and PS4 on May 14th.
Sussy.
We can't wait to dive deep into Subnautica Below Zero and make baseless accusations against our crewmates in Among Us later this year. Looks like Ratchet and the gang are ready for the spotlight.
For those of you tuning in now, the reason why that Subnautica shit hit hard is because people here know that I'm terrified of the ocean and therefore wanted me to play Subnautica. So I told them I'd do it at 40k subs, which we are literally about to hit, so. Or because I pre-watched a live event, as always.
Missing infobot located. Initiating retrieval.
I'm Marcus Smith, creative director of Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, a brand new full-length Ratchet & Clank adventure built from the ground up for the PlayStation 5 console. Today we're going to introduce you to some of the gameplay, characters, and arsenal of Rift Apart. Whether you've played every game since Ratchet & Clank's debut, or you're brand new to the series, Rift Apart is a standalone adventure that you won't want to miss. Let's get into it.
I don't care about Ratchet and Clank, boys. I'm sorry.
Clank?
Like, I'm not a fucking huge fan.
Wombats? What is this place? Where are you, Clank? Maybe someone around here has seen him. Have any of you seen a little gray robot anywhere? Green eyes, red antenna, very charming.
Ratchet has been separated from his best friend and partner Clank, and is now in a new dimension in a mysterious urban
Do you own a
sprawl
PS? Yeah, of
called
course.
Nefarious
I'm a
City.
huge... Oh, fuck. It's over. It's over. Stop gifting. Stop gifting. Boys, promises made, promises kept. I said I would paint my fingernails black with the fingernail polish that one of you guys sent me, and also I'll play Subnautica as well.
Capable villain.
Welcome to the Nefarious City Bazaar. Please remember to thank our marvelous Emperor before, during, and after.
This looks kind of cool. Never mind. I take that back.
Emperor? Does that mean there are two Nefariouses now? Clank first, Nefarious later. Maybe he's in this bazaar.
Thanks to the new hardware, the worlds in Rift Apart are more beautiful than ever. Cities are full of life with traffic and civilians milling about everywhere. Rift Apart is full of the unexpected. Characters in this new dimension are not always the same as they were in Ratchet and Clank's dimension. Ratchet comes across Miss Zircon, the weapon vendor in Rift Apart.
Wait a second.
You forgot your order? Well, come right in.
What Cyberpunk should have been? What, a fucking furry game?
Sell you weapons, but you gotta be less conspicuous, or the resistance will not last.
It does look better than Cyberpunk.
Oh, apologies, sugar. Ms. Zircon is still new to all of this espionage.
Release the hostage!
Clank has been taken by a mysterious new Lombax named Rivet.
Clank! No. I need to go after that ship. How can I get off planet?
Listen, Test. Only royal starships are allowed to leave. Anything else? No. Phantom can help. Just follow the beat to Club Nefarious and you will find him.
Club Nefarious, got it. Oh, and nice work, Secret Agent Zircon.
Delete that tweet, nephew? No
So
way.
exciting.
State of play, more like
Club
puppy play.
Nefarious shouldn't be hard to miss. Better look around.
I'm saying they're all furry games. We're gonna watch the new All Gas No Brakes after this.
Dr. Nefarious? So that sounds like a club, all right. Phantom, where are you?
Once Ratchet finds Phantom, he learns a couple of new moves.
This is literally Cyberpunk, but better.
Club Nefarious!
It's like more advanced combat than Cyberpunk in the Cyberpunk universe that doesn't break.
Is increased mobility. Ratchet can now dash and wall run to traverse levels. This focus on mobility allows players to chain moves together to create exhilarating combos.
Raritanium in your pockets to upgrade your arsenal first.
Now let's jump into combat.
The nefarious day spa. If you can distract these troopers, I'll hack Nefarious' propaganda blimp and give this city a message it'll never forget.
Looks easy enough.
This isn't punishment. It's an opportunity.
Dashing allows you to evade attacks or gain strategic advantages. Enemies can't hit what doesn't momentarily exist.
At this point, I'm willing to play anything on my motherfucking expensive router,
Dimensional
dude.
tears in the world allow you to use.
I'm willing to play anything on it. I'll play the furry game. Just give me a fucking game, dude. Give me a game.
Weapons in Rift Apart utilize the power of the DualSense wireless controllers, adaptive triggers, and haptic feedback to allow players to really feel the power of their arsenal. For example, with the burst pistol, players can pull back the trigger partway to peck out accurately placed single shots. But pulling the trigger fully unleashes a rapid-fire spread that covers more area. In either case, players will feel each shot burst from the weapon and connect with enemies. With the Enforcer, players can pull the trigger down halfway to fire a single barrel, reducing time between reloads. Or pull the trigger fully and unleash both barrels with a devastating close-range attack. Thanks to the haptics, the player will feel the power of their shots through their hands.
The haptics is such a... It's like not a big deal, but it's so fucking cool.
Let's move ahead a little bit.
Just like in Resident Evil, as I was telling you guys, like the trigger was a lot heavier when it was a shotgun.
Rivet and Clank, he encounters a nefarious juggernaut.
Second line is against the law.
Where did you even come from?
Please stand still.
Okay, this looks good.
Wait for impact, Wombat.
During this fight, more dimensional chaos ensues. Thanks to the power of the SSD, we can near-instantly teleport players to completely different locations. This isn't some small arena being loaded, but the entire level from a different planet.
Okay, PC Master Race. The PlayStation SSD is actually cutting edge. Shut up. It's actually cutting edge tech.
As you may have guessed, Rivet is a brand new playable character in the series.
Where are you taking me?
Stop saying console players discovering
Take you to my
SSD.
hideout. But first, I gotta rescue my friends at their gelatonium factory.
PlayStation 5 SSD, if I'm not mistaken, is literally faster than the PC SSDs. It's literally built into the fucking hardware, and the games are going to be built primarily with the SSD in mind. It is cutting edge in that respect. Shut up.
Did we mention how stunning and alive our worlds are? Thanks to the power of the PS5 and the 3D audio, we've been able to create alien planets with an immersive density like never before. Let's check it out.
Speedos, yeah. That's why I'm gonna ride one. Soon as I can get close enough.
Back to Ms. Zircon, the weapons vendor.
Whoa.
I promise we're gonna watch the new
This
Andrew
wasn't
video,
what was in
guys.
my
I
account
promise.
last time.
After this.
That is because I
Stop
added
crying
our
about it right now.
Mutual friend on Nefarious City.
Okay.
In Rift Apart, you get to play with an explosive new arsenal, as well as a few returning classics.
You will be missed, sweet thing.
Here's another example of how we're using the DualSense. With the topiary sprinkler, players will feel resistance in the trigger as they prepare a throw of this garden grenade. Once on the ground and spitting out its rapid growth plant fertilizer, players will also feel when enemies have been topiaried and are ready to be trimmed down.
It appears some dimensional distortion is emanating from that cave.
Yo, furry game or not, this actually does look kind of cool. I mean, maybe I'm so desperate for a game like a crumb of gaming.
Shifts, there are also many pocket dimensions scattered throughout the game.
I mean, this is literally a tech demo, chat. Shut up. It's not going to be like fucking unique.
Interesting.
And beyond like the new
rift tether in your glove
cool
too.
tech that they're showing off.
All right, smarty bot. What is this place?
A dimensional pocket? Perhaps a symptom of the Dimensionator's destruction.
How do you come up with this stuff?
Man, you are good at ads, really? You think I'm giving a hashtag ad to this?
Hey, it's Maynard, the Mortis helper bot. Must have wandered in through the rift somehow.
There is the Speetle.
No, don't hide! Ah!
Hitting its nest might get its attention.
Well, hello there. Gotcha!
Oh, dear!
Maybe Maynard can lead me to the Morts.
For the record, like, look, I used to be a fucking PS nerd for the longest time. After I lost my virginity, I switched over to console gameplay. Okay? But the reality is, like, yeah, the PC is a lot better, obviously. But it's not as, like, normie focused. That's changing.
And to do so quickly.
But having said that, like, this is still pretty fucking solid. Like, this is some cool tech. Like, the SSDs inside the PlayStation are not exactly widely available at this point. By the time these games come out, it will no longer be cutting edge. That's the irony of it, but still.
Coming, Morts.
We didn't follow that Lombax and his Robopet across dimensions just to get stopped by some fuzzballs. So you got like 9.5 seconds to tell us where they're at. 1.
Hang on there now.
If you watched our previous gameplay demo, you may recognize the Goons for Less. This rebranded gang has been hired by Dr. Nefarious to attack Ratchet and Clank, and are now also trapped in Rivet's dimension. Here's another new weapon. The Shatter Bomb is a frag-type grenade that deals a lot of damage to your foes. With haptic feedback, each explosion feels incredibly impactful.
You can find a Lombax. Where are these doofuses coming from?
Perhaps they were sucked through the dimensional vortex as well.
You know what you're talking about? PCs have newer, faster. Dude, PC tech is always going to be more advanced than the fucking PlayStation. Shut the fuck up. That's not the point I'm making. Yo, motherfuckers with their 1080, literally motherfuckers with their fucking 1080 graphics card with like still working on a hard drive are like PC Master Race. Like, shut the fuck up, you nerd bitch. Okay? Shut up. Like, oh, this technology has existed for 3 years. It's the NVMe. Like, shut the fuck up. Shut up. You don't even have it, and you're fucking caping for PCs.
We have open
Ultimately, any sort of like new tech makes gaming better. I wish everyone would just be excited that there's like at least somewhat new tech. I just want games, okay? I'm fucking mad at Sony more than you are probably. I went and I bought the fucking router. And there is not a single goddamn new game in it. I played all the fucking new games that came out.
Pocket dimensions to explore.
God damn, dude. Unfuckable PC nerds, I swear to God. I have a fucking PC. I like my PC more than the PlayStation. Trust me, I get it. Shut up. I hope they make none of these games cross-platform, so you PC nerds can't play it.
Will offer a slew of accessibility options. We'll reveal more about this soon. Experience Rift Apart's new planets, weapons, intense high-action combat, and near-instant load times, all with some of the best visuals we've ever created.
How about that, huh? Resistance sweep!
Yeah, I said it.
These rifts are getting out of hand.
On behalf of all of us at Insomniac Games, thank you for watching. We'll see you in the Omniverse.
No,
on
I
June
love
11th.
like I mean back in the day,
That's our show.
exclusives
We
used to be
explored
really.
the depths of an alien
Wait, that's
ocean.
it?
Got a first look at Among Us on PlayStation, and zipped across space and time in Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart.
Are you fucking joking? Oh my god, this is like they're pulling a Nintendo,
Thanks
dude.
for watching. We'll see you again soon.
This is literally Nintendo level disrespect.
Ratchet and Clank! What a wonderful surprise!
What do you want, Nefarious?
We're going to a dimension where I always win!
Clank? Where am I? A Wombax?
Who are you?
I'm Rivet. Let's go for a ride.
Wait, I have to find my friend.
Emperor Nefarious, you have returned. Yeah.
The worst part about it is right now I have a $500 router, right? I have a $500 router currently.
A lot like mine.
By the time that like games start coming out, right now that $500 router is a better bang for your buck than a supercomputer that you would need to like run games like this. Okay? But by the time games fucking come out, I feel like prices are going to adjust in the next 25 years. And there's going to be a PS5 Pro. Returnal PS5 exclusive comes out tomorrow. I will, but I don't know if it's good or not. I got real Warframe vibes from Returnal, and and I'm legitimately worried that it's like not gonna be good. Xbox One, ugh, God, shut up. Xbox One, what? By like literally just riding the wave as like PlayStation 5 gets all of the fucking hate. Is that why Xbox One? Xbox frogs be like, oh my god, well they bought all this IP. Eventually they're gonna release something. At least like PlayStation has some fucking exclusive titles and IP that they've already like talked about. Oh, Xbox One. I love having a console that ultimately literally cannot create exclusive titles that PC players will not have access to by being owned by the main software developer for fucking PCs. Like anything that Xbox gets, I get to play regardless because I have a PC. I just wish that like the PS5 exclusives weren't fucking all furry games all day, every day. You know what I mean? And you can have your 3 PS5 games. It just sucks. Returnal is literally Hades, but with PS5 graphics. Yeah, we'll see about that. Hades has like a compelling plot line behind it. I don't know if Returnal's plot is going to look the same. We'll see. I'm excited. Okay, guys. I just said that I might even play fucking Ratchet and Clank, okay? And I've never been a Ratchet and Clank fan. Very clearly, I am so hungry and so thirsty and so desperate for any games that I will be, yes, playing Returnal as well. Okay? Just to test it out. Not every roguelike is like the Hades of X. Hades is such a complete package, it's insane. Yeah. I think Hades is really brilliant. Like the way they made that game is incredible. The SSD in the PlayStation 5 literally reads at 17 gigs. per second. All you idiots in the chat have zero clue what you're talking about. Stop pissing us off. Do you just like Warframe? I've never been a fan of Warframe. No, it's like I just. What? PS5 will stay better than the moderately priced PCs for a while as long as the GPU shortage is this bad. As far as I know, it's not going to get better either. Yeah. The same PC nerds that, you know, attack PlayStation 5 and refuse to acknowledge it's I guess, economics in comparison to what you get for how much you pay for, even though there is a massive console shortage as well, are the very same fucking people that drive up the GPU prices and make it impossible to purchase because they're doing fucking Bitcoin mining with it. When you play Subnautica, turn chat into sub-only mode. You will thank me for the suggestion. Play the new Nier on your cutting-edge router? No. PlayStation 5 is like being able to get a fucking Ferrari and then not being able to drive it. Like you lose your driver's license. It's just like sitting there. It looks really pretty. Every time I touch it, every time I put the controls in my fucking hands, I'm like, oh, dude, it's so sick. Okay? Like, oh, man. And then I played, like, the Resident Evil demo, and I was like, oh, my God. It's like little things that... It's like little things that really get you fucking stoked, where you're like, oh, wow, when I hold a shotgun, the trigger responds differently than when I hold the fucking handgun, right? Like, that stuff is really sick. It's like little things that are... that I'm excited to see more of. But it's a 30-minute tech demo. Like, it's... I need more than a 30-minute tech demo, dude. Like, what the fuck, dude? But you can only drive around in the parking lot? Yeah. It sucks. There are actual Ferrari cars that you buy, but Ferrari keeps them. Okay, after we finish this, we'll watch Andrew's new video, okay? Which premiered. You could use the PlayStation 5 to play DS3? No. There's no new games, dude. Well, there's a new game. No. I mean, really? The entire platform, if your entire platform moves and shakes with the existence of one fucking game, then you have no new games. That's the point. Like, I don't think I've ever experienced this much of a title drought on a new, like on a next gen console. Maybe I'm like misremembering and I'm getting caught up in nostalgia, but I've never, like, at this point, it's been a fucking year, you know? One entire year. PlayStation 3, I remember it being like bad, but not this bad. You know what I mean? Was it this bad or was it worse? I can't remember. Maybe I'm like getting hit with nostalgia here. The Wii U, but Nintendo fans buried the fuck out of that console. No, there's always a drought. There's always a fucking drought in the first year that a next-gen console comes out. Because a lot of developers haven't moved over to making new games for the next gen, or when they're working on new games for the next gen, that takes a longer time to create. PS4 is pretty bad in my opinion, but PS5 is way worse. Like, it's probably worse than PlayStation 4 due to the pandemic. Yeah. I'm so desperate games that I'll play a furry game. Also, it's not ignoring all the Mario games. No. Guys, Mario Odyssey and like all the other fucking Nintendo baby games that I downloaded, I will play. I'm gonna play those games, and it's a perfect time to play those games. I already said I was gonna play all those games. I downloaded them, and I fucking love Switch. Switch saved me, like, straight up. During this fucking gigantic drought, Switch has been a lifesaver. I think a big part of it is the pandemic that has slowed development of games. Still, a game drought on PS5 would have them regardless. So yeah, shouts out to Ultra PG for that, right? Okay, let's finish this. Let's finish this video, and then we're gonna watch the Andrew All Gas No Brakes video. Okay.
And that's their essential nature.
We're watching, for those of you tuning in after the Sony thing, we are watching why beta males become movie stars.
That's appalling.
I wasn't being critical of the institutions.
No, I know. I know
okay.
you weren't.
Yeah, I'm just.
Oh, he was gonna describe to us what why institutions, like democratic institutions, are not about power.
Yeah, is it
so? When we don't give our functional institutions the benefit of the doubt, and that doesn't mean they shouldn't be subject to criticism. But the idea that they're predicated on arbitrary power, and that's their essential nature, that's appalling.
I wasn't being critical of the institutions.
I know. I know
okay.
You weren't.
Yeah, I'm just curious about like. I'm just curious about like a human's relation.
Well,
to
you have
power.
a car.
Yeah.
Does it work?
Yeah.
How often?
Currently, every time I use it.
So, like, if you use it 1,000 times, how many times doesn't it work?
0 out of 1,000. A car, right? You said car.
Yeah, a car.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that institution is doing pretty well.
Yeah, because I'm
has a 99.9% success rate.
I'm not
How
mad
about
at the
flying?
institutions.
Have you crashed yet when you flew?
I mean, I think you're jinxing me, but no.
And they're so safe, it's just beyond comprehension.
Yeah. No, I agree.
How does this have anything to do with masculinity or the democratic process? What the fuck? What is he saying? I don't understand, dude. I literally do not understand. Maybe I'm too stupid, but I feel like that's not the case. I feel like the apple cider has rotted his brain to the core. Okay, Jordan Peterson fans are like Christopher Nolan fans in the sense that they're like, like Jordan Peterson will have a fucking brain dead take on completely unrelated subjects that he like somehow acts like they're tied together, and his fanboys would be like, "Ha, you simpleton, you fool! You simply do not have the processing power to understand the incredible take that Jordan Peterson had here."
With you, I'm not upset at like institutions in that. I'm talking about like a human being that is compelled to power. Like, I understand certain people being compelled to greatness. That's really cool. You see it in athletes.
And what's
right?
the difference? What's the difference?
I think there is
as far
a
as
difference.
you're concerned.
I think there is a difference because I think like once somebody accesses power, they don't necessarily need to be more great. Right? They'll just do whatever they can to continue to have that power. Where there are people.
Okay, what do? This is a good thing to differentiate. You made this case.
Okay.
Greatness versus power.
Okay.
Okay, let's take it apart.
Okay.
So you just said there's something arbitrary about power.
Yeah, I think there's something about people who desire power instead of greatness. And I think that power comes with greatness, but if your desire is power, I think there is something dangerous there because you're willing to do whatever it is to maintain that power. Whereas
it's the mimicry of greatness. It's the mimicry of greatness. Oh. Greatness deserves power because you want the powerful to be you want the great to be powerful. Why wouldn't you?
Oh, that's why we exalt these people that we believe are great. We want them to have it. They've earned it.
Well, who else would you want to lead you? I mean, if they're good at doing something, why wouldn't you
Bro, this is so dumb. This is so fucking idiotic, dude. Like, imagine trying to fucking defend meritocracy this hard, brother. Holy shit. People like Andrew Schultz and people like myself are living, breathing proofs that, like, meritocracy is kind of a fucking lie. Okay? I'm sorry, dude. It's just not real. No, it's just that, you know, people that are in positions of power deserve it. Why do they deserve it? Well, because they worked really hard. They're great, and they're doing greatness. It's true. You're just mauled. Okay, well, I guess you're admitting that I'm better than you then, if it's true. And I've worked harder and better than you in every meaning. I am just so much more important than you then, I guess. Because you can't remove the two from one another. Like, if you're saying, like, people like meritocracy when they're doing well, when unfortunate things happen and they need help, they suddenly switch. It just doesn't make sense to me. It's so stupid. People come in here and they're like, dude, shut up. You are an outlier, not the norm. You commit toaster bathtub. You're an outlier, not the norm. You muppet. I'm not the norm. I'm an outlier. Got it. Okay. That seems like high dosages of copium, my friend. Also, again, know who you are speaking to. You are talking to someone who has worked very hard to be where he is, okay? Oh, he's just an outlier, dude. For sure. Oh, just God. Just work harder to get better insults.
You put them in the front. You want to be led with someone who isn't great? I mean, you think of all the times we spent as...
Like, you pathetic Muppet fool. I simply haven't worked hard enough to achieve the successes that you have, okay? One day I will. I'm just simply not as elevated as you are. I don't have the same brain processing capabilities that you do.
Tribal hunters. Who do you put in charge? The best hunter. Or perhaps the best hunter who's also the most generous.
Yeah, exactly. You want the guy that's going to share that
yeah, right.
That
but that would make him a great hunter too, right?
Great.
Because over time he would have people in his hunting party. You want productivity and generosity.
So how do we discern between people who are mimicking greatness for power and greatness?
That's a great question. By paying careful attention, by listening, and by talking about it. That's the purpose of free speech. That's the purpose of political attention. Because you want the great, but it can be mimicked by psychopaths who use power. But that doesn't mean that power is the basis of our hierarchical human relationships. That's only the case when they've gone badly wrong.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, when a society is corrupt, then the powerful rule. When a society isn't corrupt, then the great have authority. That's not the same thing. And
what? I really do feel like Jordan Peterson just fucking lets out word vomit and just and people act like they understand what he's trying to say. Because I've lost the plot in its entirety. Okay, maybe I'm too stupid to understand what he's saying, but it doesn't feel like he has said anything. This is just an endless loop that he keeps closing over and over again. Every argument starts and ends at the same point. The tautology, if you will. Like, literally everything he mentions is in its own fucking circuit, in its own closed loop. It's like this cycle. The great are great because they're great, and the powerful are powerful because they're powerful, and our institutions are actually wonderful because the greatness that derives from the power is led by the great and not the powerful, which would be corrupt, and institutions would be corrupt if the powerful were... The institutions would be corrupt if the powerful were not great. Okay, sick, dude. Please, give me $7 million to do a speaking tour now. Let me pepper in a couple self-help takes in here and take advantage of the fact that you have not had a positive male figure in your life. You fool! clean your room. Imagine stopping a Harvard lecturer every 30 seconds and complaining you can't understand or follow the arguments. Fivehead. Oh, our fucking our favorite troll is back, dude. I know. I don't know how this sounds complex to you. Well, it only sounds complex if you're looking to fucking derive an argument. You're looking to grab an argument out of it. If you just take it at face value and just operate with the assumption that, like, because this person is someone who has some institutional legitimacy or had some institutional legitimacy at any given time, and therefore everything you are, everything he's saying is great, and you act like you understand the point that he's trying to make when he's literally not even stringing along a cohesive point, then yeah, it makes sense. Anyway. I knew it. This Andrew fucker was going to become a future Joe Rogan. I called it. My college I used to go to loves and promotes JP's. Was a former graduate there.
Confusing those. You asked why the beta male is now this object of attention. It's because we've confused great and powerful. And now we're so afraid of power that we're willing to dispense with greatness entirely, or even to question whether it exists. That's the attack on the meritocracy.
Damn, you're really spitting, bro. Yo, you are spitting so hard, bro. Hell yeah, brother. You fucking really spitting, dude. Spit that hot fire, JBP. I gotta run that back, sorry.
Powerful rule. When a society isn't corrupt, then the great have authority. That's not the same thing. And confusing those. You asked why the beta male is now this object of attention. It's because we've...
Bro, this motherfucker literally never even defined what greatness is. Like, I don't understand. He's just... Is the assumption... Like, what is greatness in this argument? What is greatness in this conversation? He literally jumped from institutions are only corrupt if they're led by power and not greatness, without fucking describing what greatness is. Like, I need him to define the terms that he is using.
Confused great and powerful. And now we're so afraid of power that we're willing to dispense with greatness entirely, or even to question whether it exists. That's the attack on the meritocracy. There's no meritocracy. Oh, there's no greatness. And no one who has a position deserves it. There's no difference in talent. And that doesn't mean our institutions are pure and that everyone with talent is rewarded.
Yes.
But because no institution is pure and no selection method is 100% accurate. But you made this distinction between greatness and power.
Yes.
So pursue it.
Okay.
How do you know someone's great as far as you're concerned?
How do I know?
Why is greatness and power mutually exclusive concepts? Like, what fucking... what are we looking at here? How do we get here from competence being a masculine trait?
Someone is great. I have great admiration for the skill.
Okay, you admire them.
For the skill.
Well, that's weird. That's an interesting thing, because we have this instinct of admiration. It's like you see someone and you admire them.
Yeah.
It's like, well, why? You want to be like them.
Yeah.
That's imitation, right? That's the instinct of imitation.
Yeah.
And because we can identify what's great, because it would be better to be great than the way we are. So when we see it, we think, oh, man,
Yeah.
I really admire that. And maybe you're mad about that because you're so unlike that and it's judgmental and makes you annoyed.
Right.
But fundamentally, you think, I'd like to be like that. So there's one. Admiration. You admire what's great if you have any sense.
Yeah.
Okay. And that happens spontaneously, especially in a domain that you value.
Yes, exactly. The more I value the domain, the more, God, I can't speak, the more, the more admiration I have. Absolutely. I do not admire power. I don't even care about people who are powerful if they don't have something that I admire, some sort of skill set that I care about. The only thing that's nice is like the ease of power. You can open up doors easier, but
Okay. This is so fucking weird. Like, but how does this even answer why beta males became movie stars? I can't, dude. What the fuck? Okay. I'm trying to fucking follow along and I can't. This is what the Reddit libertarians talk about, but it's like, it feels like this is a conversation between like two fucking undergrads who took an intro to philosophy course and are having a conversation that is like really about like obvious generalizations that they're sitting there and pretending are like incredibly profound thoughts without actually digging deep into like the underlying reasons why they feel a certain way, for example. And you're watching it because you have nothing better to do? No, I actually literally have a bunch of things that are better to do. I'm watching it because I earnestly want to understand the underlying reason as to why people have such a profound loyalty to someone like Jordan Peterson.
I'm way more impressed by like a powerful person that actually has a skill I didn't even know about. Like that to me makes me go, oh, cool. Maybe that's why he got there. But just holding the position isn't admirable to me in any way at all.
The best major to get you laid? Okay. Hasan, you're literally a Twitch commentator with no intellectual background. What is an intellectual background? Stop undermining or trying to belittle their intellect. You literally have nothing to say. Hey, you woke brain scrambled egg more. Okay, I'm not going to read the obvious bait. He's basically trying to say movie stars are beta males who mimic greatness and don't deserve the veneration they get. It's a pseudo-intellectual veneer to pretend they're not jealous of the actor's success. Well, as long as you have deemed that the institutions themselves are not corrupt, but only corruptible by those who actually pretend to be great while they are simply just powerful by virtue of being powerful, then you have neatly tied a circle around the system of meritocracy that I deem to uphold. When in fact the meritocracy is a lie, but I will never address that and make it seem as though the meritocracy is not a lie, but only bastardized by those who are corrupt. By those who are corrupt. Why are they corrupt or bad? I will not address. I will just simply state that they are bad. and that the values that I espouse are good. The only reason why... Okay, stop. I think he's saying that we show beta males because we can't tell the difference between great and power, so we want to get rid of powerful people. Peterson is still dumb as fuck and never explains the difference, but that's what I think he's saying. I'm not doing the Kermit voice. I'm simply channeling the Dragon of Chaos every time I talk about this, you fool. Western civilization is degenerating. And you are sitting over here asking me to not misgender a trans person. You fool, have you not thought about the Dragon of Chaos and what that makes me feel like? Absolutely not, I'll say. Every time you watch GP videos, you just skirt over the real questions asked and pretend to defeat his arguments by answering strawman, like when he said, "When will you finish DS3?" You pointed out a good point with defining terms. It's basic philosophy paper shit. If you're going to introduce terms key to an argument, you need to define them. It's really simple, and Peterson is unwilling to do that because he knows people can counter and poke holes in his argument if he does that. Yeah, but as long as he uses something that is like identifiable as a positive, like greatness, and as long as the counter to that is something negative, like I guess something that could be seen as negative, but also could be seen as positive, like power, then ultimately, you know, he sets the terms to mean whatever he wants them to mean at any given point, and he can literally change them up as he goes along. Anyway, it's time. Is there fucking TOS in here? You guys have been trying to get me to watch the All Gas No Brakes or the new Channel 5 video. But if there's TOS in here, I'm going to lose my fucking shit after you guys literally cried about this.
Don't need nothing in that building to let us know what we saw. We all saw murder. We all know what the verdict truly is. Chauvin! Guilty! Chauvin! Guilty! Chauvin! Guilty! Chauvin! Guilty!
You stand on a motherfucker's neck for 9 minutes, 29 seconds, with your hands in your pocket, with your feet off the ground, all your weight on a person's neck. When people kill in the hood, they get life for it. They go to jail. Cops, they get a motherfucking paid leave when they kill us. And we're supposed to just fucking accept that. We angry. We don't know how to go about it. We don't know how to litigate. We're gonna tear something up. That's all the fuck we know how to do. We tired, bro. We hurting. Our children are afraid. Resisting don't mean you need to lose your life. Because I done seen some white people try to kill y'all, stab y'all, run up on y'all. You were very patient with them. We're tired of this shit, bro. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets off.
Oh yeah, he's gonna get off. That's why he was looking in that camera like this, bro. He wasn't scared.
These are white people that live out in the suburbs. They don't know the mannerisms. They don't know how people talk. And then they come into the city. They literally think that this is a wild war zone and they're ready to shoot. We need our own people, you know, securing the streets.
I have a friend right now doing life without parole for a crime she didn't commit. She just dropped someone off. She didn't even drive. She dropped them off. They committed a murder. She had no idea, and they implicated her on the murder. She's in Stillwater Prison. Her name's Antoinette Johnson. Free her. She's been in there for 4 years. So if she can get life without parole, and we seen him murder, then he should be doing the same time.
The guy fucking killed him on video.
This is as blatant as it gets. It's in the black and white. It's in the numbers. If Derek Chauvin doesn't get at least 20, 25, it's going to be an uprising. It's going to all burn.
Because it's peaceful, we should overcome. Marching that shit ain't been working. Where is the dude that killed my homeboy Philando in cold blood? He probably a cop somewhere else in a different state.
You feel?
Geronimo Yanez. Let's see what he's doing. I believe he's supposed. I think he's still on the job, but let me just. Yeah, he was hired by the Fort Worth Police Department 2 years ago in Texas. What the fuck? Following the recent high-profile resignation of Aaron Dean, the officer who shot and killed an unarmed black woman, Fort Worth police have decided to replace Dean, who shot and killed an unarmed black woman, with Geronimo Yanez. Bro, is this a fucking joke? There's no way. Is this real, dude? What the fuck? Is the Nordley like a... No, I don't know if this is a real fucking website or not. This looks like a fake website. There's no way. There's no fucking way. I think I'm being debated. There's no fucking way. There's no way that that's real, right? There's no fucking way. Yeah, it's got to be, it's like a fake website or some shit. It's fucking, there's no way. There's no shot. Let's see. It's satire, right? It's got to be a satire website, right? Geronimo Yanez. No. There's no way. Yeah, no. It's their local Onion publication? Oh, okay. The Nordley is Minnesota's local take on the Onion. Okay, Jesus Christ. Motherfucker, I picked up on it immediately. Give me a goddamn break. I read it and was like, nope, there's no way. It's a fucking fake website. The fact that it's believable. Like, there's... Hold on. The stream is the Onion channel of Twitch. I mean, a big chunk of what I do here is literally fucking talk about people who believe in the Onion style news articles, so... I mean, he left the police department, right? And he got paid $48,500 as he left the police department, which employed him at the time. And he will be paid the money in a lump sum, minus applicable deductions of withholdings for state and federal taxes. They're also paying him up to 600 hours of accrued and unused personal leave pay. His annual salary was more than $72,600, not including overtime pay, according to the documents released by the city. This video is going to last forever. I mean, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to like not fucking give you additional information on matters that are being discussed? I think that's probably why a lot of people watch me watch videos like this rather than just watching it on their own, right?
Me? Fuck them. They got guns, we got guns. They got vests, we got vests. We not our ancestors, bro. We'll die for a reason now.
If they don't make the right choice, Minnesota's gonna have to pay.
There's got to be an immense weight on the jury. There's a realization that it isn't just about Chauvin. It's an indictment of a system.
We need justice. This is the day.
Now, the riots after the death of George Floyd last May damaged hundreds of businesses, especially in the Lake Street corridor in Uptown.
They were smashing cash registers with hammers to steal other people's money.
so counterproductive, it's beyond belief.
And I understand that it's not easy to keep emotions in check when nobody seems to be keeping them in check. I get it. Now you start committing crimes and it's a riot, that's not protest.
That's not that.
Everyone feel like that. Everybody feel like that. That's all I gotta say.
We burnt everything down. And we gonna keep burning everything down, and y'all gonna keep giving out these 20K loans, and we gonna keep finessing the government, folks. Stop killing us. We don't do no harm. Y'all act like we walk around this bitch with bombs. Y'all act like we walk around this bitch armed for no reason. We got a reason to be armed, bro. Only reason why these little niggas got guns, folks, is because they scared of the police, folks. And when motherfuckers start shooting back at them, then they gonna say it's our skin color, it's our motherfucking where we from, bro. They put us where we at, bro. Record these apartment buildings, folks. Record it, folks. This is really the hood. It's 7 buildings, bro, full of niggas that do the same shit. We doing shit to make them look at us like that, bro. We can't really blame them, but they can't be scared either. What y'all scared for? You got a shotgun in your car. You got a pistol on your hip. You got a taser on the other side. You around this bitch looking like Batman, and you scared. If you scared, quit. Because if it was me, I would have been dead too. Why? Because I fight back. I'm never going.
Today, we are seeing Minnesota National Guard members stationed throughout the city. People who live and work in this community are just trying to prepare for whatever outcome is possible.
In the next 10 minutes, you're going to witness history. This verdict is going to determine what we see for policing and politics going forward for this city.
We, the jury, in the above entitled matter as to count 1, unintentional second-degree murder while committing a felony, find
The people who get upset at the riots or get upset at the protests, the question I have is, like, why do you let it get to that point? Because I've said this before. People don't want to burn buildings down. People don't want to live in a state of chaos, especially in their own neighborhoods, right? But the reason why they live in a state of chaos is because there's no other way that they can communicate their needs, their demands. And they feel as though they're living in a state of chaos when the state, that's a lie. People enjoyed it. Yeah, dude. Totally, dude. Yeah, and yeah, it's because inherently black people are just like incapable of like having a consistent or coherent approach to police brutality and the disproportionate violence that they face from cops as an occupying force in their neighborhoods. Yeah, just you're taking, when you do that, you're basically taking the long way to say like they're savages. You know that, right? Like, that's it. That's literally what you're doing. Or maybe, if you listen to people, you would hear what they have to say. They would say that they're saying that, like, no one is fucking listening to us. And I've said this already. It's a state of chaos always. Everyone wants law and order. Black people want law and order. White people want law and order. Everyone wants law and order. Okay? But there is no law and order if the presence of police in your community is seen as a lawless and chaotic force that can even murder you at a routine traffic stop and get away scot-free. Feel me? And that's what this conversation is about. That's what these people are talking about. Like, it should never have to get to this point. It's sad that it gets to this point. Like, a lot of people talk about how the riots and like people are afraid of the riots, and that's why the Derek Chauvin trial ended the way it did, right? That's why Derek Chauvin was convicted of murder. Think about what you're saying when you believe that notion, when you agree with that take. What you're basically saying there is that it takes cities to fucking burn down, for justice to be served when a white police officer brutally murders a black unarmed citizen who is innocent in front of 45 people with video footage from numerous different angles. Like, it's only when that happens that justice is served. Because even most people that could agree with that point of view, and that's not even justice, by the way, that is the pathway towards justice. That's just the first step in accountability. As a first step in accountability. It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't take this much. It shouldn't be this much pain and suffering for a person like Derek Chauvin to be convicted. Not only that, but also that should be the norm. That shouldn't be the exception. That should be the fucking rule. Okay? Sometimes I like to think about it in more positive terms. Sometimes I like to be more hopeful. Usually I'm very pessimistic. So I hope that change will come from this. So that it doesn't take burning down your own neighborhood for people to for justice to be served. You're going off on a rant on something else. I said people enjoy destroying shit. That's so dumb, dude. What reforms will induce these changes to rectify the police? It's just not going to happen. It's most likely not going to happen.
And the defendant.
Derek Chauvin's been found guilty! Yeah!
It's literally a fucking zero head, like, animalistic take, by the way. It's basically a self-report when you just are saying that, like, there is no reason that fucking Target burns down, and it's simply because people enjoy it. I mean, that's a self-report, my friend. That's literally a self-report. And the reason why I say that is because, like, Targets aren't fucking burning down randomly. There's always an action that sparks this kind of reaction, right? It's not like fucking black communities or people that live in black communities or white people, if you want to fucking say, like, it's all white people that are burning down neighborhoods or whatever the fuck, and not black people. Whatever your point of view is, it doesn't happen regularly. People don't fucking fly to a black neighborhood and go burn the Target down there every weekend for funsies. So even if you believe that it's for funsies and for the entertainment value of burning something down, then why isn't it happening regularly? Why does it seem to happen immediately in the aftermath of protests that come out as a consequence of police brutality? Anyway, I'm going to run this back from here because, sorry, I did a fucking quick pause here. Must be just a coincidence, I guess.
See, in politics going forward for this city.
We, the jury, in the above entitled matter as to count 1, unintentional second-degree murder while committing a felony, find the defendant.
Derek Chauvin's been found guilty! Yeah! 3 convictions! Say his name! Say his name! Say his name!
The world had to stop! The world had to stop! Everybody had to stay home and watch 9 minutes of this shit! Watch a black man cry out for his mother, who's already gone! We had to watch that while everyone was inside quarantining! The world had to stop The world had to stop for this victory. I'm joyous. I'm angry. I'm still angry. I want to bring black life into this world without us having to do this shit. I want us to grow old, be unscathed, be unbothered, and flourish.
Now people are going to see that a law cannot continue to be above the law and get away with it.
This is only the beginning. This is one victory. We need 3,000 victories for over 400 years. That's it. I want to take this whole country back. This is our fucking country. We got this.
Conservatives see rhetoric like this, and literally we would be like, see, they're hungry for more. They're hungry for violence. Because deep down inside, they recognize that what America as a country, that what America as a country has done to black people in general is incredibly brutal. So anytime that rhetoric even slides a little bit from justice to revenge, even if it is still justice ultimately, and that is just someone asking for justice there and not looking for revenge, they quickly are like, whoa, 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 look at that. Look, see, they're hungry for more. You give them an inch and they want a mile, right? Well, sometimes the road to justice is not an inch, but is literally a mile long. And in the case of equity for black people, it is a mile long.
This victory, but now we have to abolish every system in America that doesn't work for black people. And that's every system in America.
They gonna get on TV and say that the system works, but they'll be lying. The system don't work, didn't work. We work.
This shows that the pressure of the people fucking works.
I'm very much surprised. If you want to keep it honest, this is un-American. He thought he might have got a manslaughter count, but now he's feeling it. He's feeling it. He had to go to jail. He's in jail right now.
It's definitely unique. First time in the history of Minnesota. How crazy is that, dude? First time a fucking white cop has killed a black person has gotten convicted, dude. That's nuts, dude. That's fucking nuts. Just think about that. Yeah, think about that, motherfucker, when you're like, bro, why are these people burning shit down? Why are they burning this shit down? First time, dude. And even then, so many of those people outside of that courthouse still thought he was going to get away. They were preparing that he was going to get away.
That's the jail with the clock.
Obviously, the prison industrial complex is one of the biggest fucking problems in our country, but I want to see that motherfucker rot in jail.
We stepped up because we seen how that shit affected us. Bro, it's all love today.
Bro, the reason why it's not going to get buried and your arguments are fucking idiotic and futile is because in an entire video of people describing the anger and the emotion and why they feel like why they feel like they're pushed to the fucking the brink of destruction, self-destruction even, you literally still go around and go, I'm going to avoid every black person that has described their personal feelings and why things are happening in their own neighborhoods, and instead say, there are Reddit videos that I've seen that prove otherwise, so I don't give a fuck. Okay? So that's precisely why I'm not going to bury you. I usually respond to idiotic takes like this to you know, put forward a larger, more comprehensive fucking POV here. But I just want you to truly understand that, like, you know, I'm sorry, sir. I saw a Reddit thread, so you're fucking wrong. Like, without recognizing how fucking stupid you are. Oh, I see how happy people were while doing it. Okay, dude.
Hey, it's 420. Spark that motherfucking shit. And turn the fuck up, because history has been made.
We won.
Fuck you, you guilty bastard! Derek Chauvin's a guilty bastard. He sucks dick.
It's the result that we wanted. It's kind of great.
It's time to celebrate. Some people say it's not nothing. It is something.
Now you have a case that's already been proven. Now you have something to go off. Think about most trials. They always go back to different trials and different verdicts. So now you have some proof.
They need to convict all of them. And Kim Potter as well. I don't even talk to my dad like that. My dad just got out of jail. He got out of jail and he called me and he told me my cousin dead. I'm like, how he died?
I'm thinking it's some niggas. Nah, it's the police.
Who'd you say your cousin was?
Dante Wright.
Protests on the streets
Jesus
of suburban
Christ.
Minneapolis yesterday after a police officer shot and killed 20-year-old
Holy shit,
Dante
dude.
Wright during a traffic stop.
According to the police chief, who has since resigned, Potter thought she was firing her taser, but drew her gun instead by mistake.
The first instinct somebody does when they're scared is they run. You know what I'm saying? If you get into an argument with somebody and you're scared, you're gonna walk away. He knew what type of time the police was on, you know? You didn't even tell my brother what he was being pulled out the car for. You know, if you guys would have been honest, you guys knew who my brother was. It's not right. Is she colorblind? I mean, a taser is bright yellow. A gun is dark black. One's metal, one's plastic. One weighs more than the other. It's not a mistake. It's a murder.
You can't tell me a 25-year veteran on the police force doesn't know a taser from a Glock.
How do you consciously want to taser someone, but subconsciously you're trying to kill him?
I think it's because she was scared. She was scared. She looked him up. Okay, he got gun charges. I get that. But that don't mean you got to be scared. If you scared, quit.
What does she fear? What was she in fear of? You got a guy grabbing them. He's just trying to get away real quick. What is the fear?
Could be a sweet old woman with her license and registration, or it could be a violent criminal with a machine gun.
26 years on the force, you tell me. If I was to be in that car, that wouldn't have been the situation that would have happened. They would have gave me a ticket and let me go on about my way.
Why is that?
Because the color of my skin.
In the video, you can see the 20-year-old waving around a firearm, holding a bottle of Hennessy, flashing large piles of cash.
This is why local news is a fucking is led by demons, by the way. Like, because of this shit, okay? They do this shit straight up to in the aftermath of a violent altercation where a fucking cop straight up murders a black person. They want to fucking add puzzle pieces to try and justify it. Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit if he has videos where he's fucking throwing guns around? Did the cop know that? No. And this used to be the norm. It's not this bad anymore, except for local news. Local news does this shit all the time. Local news does this shit all the fucking time still. But I remember a time when I used to cover police brutality, and this was the fucking norm. This was the norm for Michael Brown, Eric Garner, every single black victim of police brutality. Every single time a black person died, the national news broadcast. And that includes the New York fucking Times. That includes fucking CNN. Every single time they would run this like extensive background and rap sheet on a victim. On a victim of police brutality. Trayvon Martin. They do it with everyone. They've done it. They used to do it all the fucking time.
And smoking what appears to be marijuana.
I'm 19, but I've been seeing guns since I was 5. We all scared. We've been scared since a little kid.
Bro, do you know that they're watching all this death on the internet? That's traumatizing them. They don't feel safe when they see a cop. Why the fuck wouldn't he run?
Yeah, he fucked up. Everybody fucks up. Yeah, he got pictures with guns. Everybody got pictures with guns. Real shit, that man had kids though. Use your handcuffs. Fuck is you talking about? Use your handcuffs. Them bitches work.
There is no justice. Regardless of if she gets 100 years, 20 years, 10 years, 15 years, there's no justice that served. My brother lost his life. We lost a part of us, you know what I mean? We lost a piece of us.
When's the last time you saw Dante?
About an hour before he was murdered. We were supposed to go to Applebee's. We were supposed to go to Applebee's for sure. That's just our family spot. We always go there. Dante went to the store. You can ask him how much was my brother up here.
He was one of the most loved persons in this store. We used to love this guy. He comes in, walks around, get his juice, come back here to the front counter, buy kosher. Every time he comes in my shift, if he has 50 cents left or $1, he just buy gushers. Every day.
That's one pack. I don't even know. Pretty good. These gushers are for you, bro. We love you, and we gonna stand on their neck till we get justice for you.
Damn. That was a good video. That was a good video specifically because you don't get to see that usually. Like, you get to see the other side, especially if you watch this on local news. You either see nothing about the person himself, the impact that they had, the people that they left behind. You just see like the worst moments where you know, not even the worst moments, just like normal moments that are used to fucking justify someone being brutally murdered. That's why whenever these fucking protests started, and people were like, dude, I can't believe you're like justifying looting and rioting or whatever the fuck. I can't believe you're justifying like people burning buildings down. I was like, listen, everybody knows that that is bad. Like, everybody understands that. The people in those communities understand that. Okay? They get it. Nobody wants that to happen. They're doing it because they're pushed to a fucking corner where they feel like there's no way out, where people are just not listening to them. And the demands that they have are really fucking simple. It's like, stop fucking operating like an occupying force in the communities that you're supposed to protect and serve. You get it? Anyway, what's up, Andy? This fucking guy is still trying to thinks that he's making an argument, dude. Still trying to make a fucking argument, dude. Following an hour ago, I'm trying to like at least get him to comprehend that he's wrong, but nope. Motherfuckers out here still. Again, you are unable to differentiate talk between the why of something and the action itself. Like, what are you talking about? I saw it on Reddit, bro. Bro, I saw it on Reddit, bro. Don't misunderstand me, dude. I watched clips on Reddit, dude. My Pillow guy was on Jimmy Kimmel to get roasted. I don't really care about that. But Casually Explain America, a new Casually Explain video. Nice. I have to pee, and I also have to run an ad. I did not run an ad. It's a Papele debate. Shitlord trying to walk back his point before because it made him sound like a racist. So now he's walking back to make it seem like he's just meant the actual action of destroying something being cathartic and enjoyable. Oh, okay. It's top of the hour, boys. So YouTube home tours are blowing up and Enes Yılmazar is cashing in. Oh my God. Wall Street Journal interviewed my boy, dude. That's crazy.
Which he...
Look at him blowing up. How do you meet people like Enes? He's Turkish, bro. I'm not gonna watch the mansion video right now. I will be. This was a really good video, the Derek Chauvin one. Anyway, I gotta run the ad right now. Top of the hour, every hour. It's time for a 60-second ad break. Okay. You already know what the deal is. If you no longer want to see the ads, you can subscribe for $5, or you can subscribe for free by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You get one free Prime subscription a month. We're gonna get to some more lighthearted stuff here. So here's the fucking ad break. No. Also, I promised at 40K subs, I was just going to paint my nails black. But then we tacked on fucking Subnautica onto that somehow. When I revealed to my sick freak community that I am afraid of the sea. So now I got to do both of those things. Got to figure out how to do it. Here's the ad break now. And here is the video. I got to pee while this plays.
VPN. Now, America is known as the land of the free and home of the brave, and while land remains very expensive and most millennials and Gen Z are too anxious to answer phone calls, it's still nevertheless a pretty good slogan. One thing that's rarely considered by Americans, however, is that there are other countries in the world besides America. For example, the other day I saw a nice picture on Reddit where someone was like, "Everyone loved my homegrown tomato salad at our wedding reception," and one comment was like, "You shouldn't be having a wedding reception with dozens of people right now. That is completely irresponsible." And it had a bunch of upvotes. Then a couple hours later, the person responded saying, "I live in New Zealand, but I thought you might have liked to see my tomatoes. I'm sorry." And in a time like this, that really made me think, damn, I wish I was married. And while we're all still envious of New Zealand right now, a lot of people particularly criticize America's response to COVID-19 because 500,000 people have died from a half-assed pandemic response. But in my opinion, the number would be much higher than 550,000 if they had not locked down at all. And frankly, given the size of the country, it's remarkable that only 583,000 people have died so far. Now, while many consider America to be the greatest country on Earth, this is mostly only true in terms of nuclear submarines. Nevertheless, America is known for its political democracy. Political democracy, of course, being the belief that if Cyberpunk barely functions on PlayStation, surely it would have worked great on Xbox. It's for this reason one of the most exciting things to absolutely not be a part of is the American political climate. For example, sometimes I go on Twitter to make sure no one has escaped into the real world, and it's always an eye-opening experience, because there are really only two types of people on Twitter. On one side, there are the ones that think Trump is the Lord and Savior of God's flat earth, and on the other side are the people who think that denouncing a bottle of syrup relinquishes them from their original white sin. Some academics have suggested this kind of division could lead to a civil war, but in my opinion, as someone who grew up with Xbox Live and a microphone, it's sounding a lot more like a Halo 3 lobby than Fort Sumter 1861. For starters, if there was some type of conflict...
What, restarted, really? Okay.
The other day I saw a nice picture on Reddit where someone was like, "Everyone loved my homegrown tomato salad at our wedding reception," and one comment was like, "You shouldn't be having a wedding reception with dozens of people right now. That is completely irresponsible," and it had a bunch of upvotes. Then a couple hours later, the person responded saying, "I live in New Zealand, but I thought you might have liked to see my tomatoes. I'm sorry." And in a time like this, that really made me think, damn, I wish I was married. And while we're all still envious of New Zealand right now, a lot of people particularly criticize America's response to COVID-19 because 500,000 people have died from a half-assed pandemic response. But in my opinion, the number would be much higher than 550,000 if they had not locked down at all. And frankly, given the size of the country, it's remarkable that only 583,000 people have died so far. Now, while many consider America to be the greatest country on Earth, this is most only true in terms of nuclear submarines. Nevertheless, America is known for its political democracy. Political democracy, of course, being the belief that if Cyberpunk barely functions on PlayStation, surely it would have worked great on Xbox. It's for this reason one of the most exciting things to absolutely not be a part of is the American political climate. For example, sometimes I go on Twitter to make sure no one has escaped into the real world, and it's always an eye-opening experience, because there are really only two types of people on Twitter. On one side, there are the ones that think Trump is the Lord and Savior of God's flat earth, and on the other side are the people who think that denouncing a bottle of syrup relinquishes them from their original white sin. Some academics have suggested this kind of division could lead to a civil war, but in my opinion, as someone who grew up with Xbox Live and a microphone, it's sounding a lot more like a Halo 3 lobby than Fort Sumter 1861. For starters, if there was some type of conflict, it's already a no-brainer who would win. One side collects military-grade firearms as a hobby, and the other side thinks mental illnesses are Poke badges. Second of all, if you get a kid from California to march to the Deep South, when he sees 3 bedrooms in a yard for $100K, you can be pretty sure he'll be welding trailers, driving a lifted F-150, and banging Joe Exotic real quick. It seems to me if you chop off the two political extremes, basically everyone just wants a good life. But the lives of city-dwelling and rural Americans are so different, of course they're never going to understand each other's perspectives. It's the same story back during the actual Civil War. Even though they were fighting, both the North and the South were ultimately saying the same thing. Black people should be free. Now, one of the craziest things about America is that your drinking age is 21, as opposed to Canada where it's 18 or 19, or Europe when it's whenever you have the balls, or Latin America where laws are just things that police make up when they see a tourist. Now, a lot of people think it's ridiculous that you have to be 21 to buy alcohol, but personally, I think it makes a lot of sense. If my neighbor was some 18-year-old kid, and I saw him in the yard dual-wielding akimbo P90s and obliterating a paper cutout of his ex-girlfriend taped to a sandbag, I'd think to myself, well, good thing he isn't drunk. So, as a Canadian, in my opinion, one of the best things about America is that most people are unusually friendly. Like here in Canada, we mind our own business at all times, unless we minorly inconvenience someone, in which case we apologize profusely for ruining their lives. But in the States, if you stand next to someone for literally any reason, that is permission for them to tell you all about their uninteresting life. So, one of my most American experiences was when I went to Disney World, and I was waiting in a fairly long line for a churro, and
I think chat like just is now realizing that black people should be free joke.
there must have been at least 3 or 4 mobility scooters in front of me with some rather hefty individuals riding them around. And while that makes sense because it's Florida, the part that got me was when another 300-pound dude in a scooter just cut in front of me and was like, a lot of traffic today. And I was just thinking, traffic? Sir, this is a churro line. And then as I was still processing what was happening, a lady about the same size wheels up behind him with a cone full of churros sticking out of her purse.
Yes, free as in no cost, as in slave labor.
Lightly rear ends his scooter like a bumper car, and he's like, oh, hey honey, as he takes a churro and says to me, well, you have a good night, tips his Miami Dolphins hat, and rolls away hand in hand with his wife to watch the fireworks over the Disney castle and truly live the American dream. So anyway, that's my argument against universal healthcare. Now, let's say you want to get out of America, but you can't because there's a wall. Instead, you can use ExpressVPN to reroute your connection to nearly any country in the world.
Oh, God.
For example, I mostly use ExpressVPN to connect to other countries like the UK or Australia to watch shows I normally couldn't, like South Park or Top Gear. But you can also watch thousands of other TV shows and movies. In addition, if you're working from home, it makes sense that you wouldn't want anyone spying on you while you're doing your job, unless you're into that. And even if you're using incognito mode, you're not completely safe, and your ISP can still legally sell your data. But by using ExpressVPN, you're just an easy click.
Hey, VSAUCE, Michael here. Where is your mind? Is it in your head? I mean, that's where your brain is, and your brain helps you remember and
Dude, new VSAUCE, boys. New fucking VSAUCE, boys. What are we doing right now? Is this good? Should I watch it? Is it Michael here, dude? Of course it's good. It's VSAUCE. No, he's Bill Gates shilling.
plan and make judgments and solve problems. But you also remember and plan with phones and notes and calendars. And you make judgments and solve problems with all sorts of things. You know, when you think about it, the brain is really just a wet lump of fat and protein no firmer than a blob of tofu. But the mind is huge. It's an ever-expanding organ of tissue and wood and stone and steel and people because of communication. Communication allows us to even make other people extensions of our minds. We can access their memories and perceptions and knowledge by simply asking. Or not. I don't need to learn how to fix a car and practice medicine and vulcanize rubber or remember everything. Other people are doing that for me just as I do things for them. We are a species of individuals that is also one big interdependent lumbering growth, a frantic blur of flesh and concrete, a techno-sapien powered by imaginations and passions made real by a hallowed faculty we call reason. Reason, it is said, guides us to truer knowledge and better decisions. It's allowed us to increase life expectancy, suffer less, work together better, and it's bound to take us further and higher until the end of time. Or is it? The organ we use to reason takes millions of years to evolve.
TOS, bro, he's showing brain. Fuck.
But the fruits of reason grow rapidly and are ever accelerating. Over the next 4 decades, we are expected to build the equivalent of another New York City every month. And more concrete was installed in the last 2 decades outside the United States than the US installed during the entire 20th century. This growth means that quality of life around the world is rising. It means that electricity, manufactured goods, food, comfort, and transportation are all becoming more common and accessible. But there are hints that reason and logic are struggling against the complexity of it all, against our growing dependence on the things we've built and their unintended consequences. Nearly every part of life as we know it today involves or relies on a process that releases molecules with lopsided electrical charges. This property causes them to absorb and re-emit thermal radiation, pinging it around so that it escapes into space more slowly. Having more warmer parcels of air means stronger weather events. They can't be pinned to any particular extreme storm, but they make extreme storms in general more extreme and frequent. What's at stake isn't just bad weather, it's disaster. It's more lives lost, more property lost, it's more droughts, more hunger, more famine, more people needing refuge, and an even greater reliance on the very things that caused the problem in the first place. In total, we release about 51 billion tons of such gases every year, and we need to release 0. But how do you rethink everything? Who gets to direct the costs and trade-offs? How do you achieve collaboration between nearly every local and national government when what works in one place won't work everywhere, when decisions affect jobs in one place and food in another, when not just
one world government, brother, led by a benevolent dictator by the name of Bill Gates? That's what y'all want? This goddamn Michael from VSAUCE here. I know he talks about scientific mumbo jumbo, but he's getting real political.
Just things need to be rethought, but also habits and traditions and values. How do you achieve consensus when a problem isn't obvious to the senses, is far away in space and time, requires solutions that affect people in different ways, and as a product of science always carries some uncertainty? The philosopher Timothy Morton calls something so massively distributed in time and space, and so viscous, so sticky that it adheres to all that touch it, a hyperobject. Every civilization that grows at the speed of reason must at some point face hyperobjects.
Thank you, Free Guac.
In fact, the fact that we still haven't found evidence of intelligent life beyond Earth has been brought up as evidence that some sort of great filter might exist that few civilizations manage to get past. That a hyperobject like our impact on the planet might be such a great filter is not a new idea. What it might take to solve it is the topic of Bill Gates's How to Avoid a Climate Disaster. And I decided to do this video in partnership with him and his team because the way we deal with hyperobjects reveals a lot about the mind. It's easy and common to think that we would all be better off if everyone was just more rational, right? But what if reasoning wasn't built for what we've become? Let's begin by looking at behavioral inertia. Behavioral inertia is the tendency to keep doing what you're already doing, status quo bias. It can be a frustrating bias if you desire change, but its origin isn't a flaw. If an organism has managed to survive long enough to reproduce and provide and care for its offspring, then the state of its world was sufficient for its genes to spread. That's all it takes to persist. The types of organisms we see around us will naturally be those that managed to persist and didn't, after reaching that point, rock the boat too much. So behavioral inertia can help slow down the accumulation of unintended consequences and the loss of ideas that work, but it can also slow down innovation and adaptation. If the environmental impacts of our society were more immediate and unignorable, it wouldn't be so tempting to apply this inertial brake. But emissions are invisible. And
by the way, this description is the, I guess, philosophical basis of what a more five-head way of making the argument that I make all the time about how hard it is to combat climate change. And that same principle can also be applied to tax cuts as well. Like, policies that revolve around climate change are impossible to fucking push for because you don't see the immediate impact of it. The long-lasting, tangible consequences of anthropogenic climate change are always pushed aside to the future. Same with fucking tax cuts. And as a matter of fact, tax cuts are even worse because the immediate consequences of tax cuts is that you get fucking, $10 back in your pocket. So you think you actually won something.
And their consequences aren't immediate or local. They impact future people and people far away, those who are different from us, poorer than us, people we will never meet. This may be one of the first challenges advancing civilizations face, wielding not just the power of technology and distributed cognition, but also the responsibilities. Extending the mind is really cool, but whether or not a species can extend their empathy might be a great filter. Surely, reasoning will allow us to do that, right? Well, what is reasoning? Well, reasoning is a way of making inferences. An inference is a piece of new information extracted from the information you already have. Now, we make inferences all the time. Every living thing does. For example, we don't have measuring tape tentacles that shoot from our eyes. And what actually enters our brain is just a 2D image, but nonetheless, our brains can infer depth by attending to cues like stereopsis, occultation, perspective, parallax, size. Now, when this happens, we accept it as reality. We aren't aware of the visual processing that made it possible, and we don't have to be. If, however, we do consciously consider why a certain conclusion was reached, well then, boom. That's reasoning. Reasoning is the process of making inferences not automatically and instinctively, but by looking at facts and seeing what conclusions they support. When Eratosthenes calculated the circumference of the Earth to within a percentage or two of the value accepted today, he didn't do it by measuring the Earth, and he didn't just perceive it as self-evident.
That's why it's fake, brother. He was wrong, and so are the scientists. Unless you literally bring out the tape. Roll out the tape, motherfucker. I won't believe it.
Evident. No, he inferred it from what he knew about.
Is this the longest way to say that conservatives are incapable of engaging in reasoning? Is that the argument basically? That reactionaries are brain dead? Here you go. I summarized the 30-minute VSAUCE video for you guys.
Shadows and how long it took camels to move. Stories like that make it easy to believe that reasoning evolved.
Absolutely not the argument. Okay, I know. I'm making a fucking joke about it, okay? I'm making a joke and tying it back to something that is relevant to me. If you had the capability of reasoning, you would recognize that.
It supercharged our cognitive abilities. I mean, it clearly moves us towards truer conclusions, better decisions, and knowledge no other species could infer. Attempts to describe the rules of good, orderly reason became logic and mathematics, concepts so general and abstract that while we were still animals, armed with them, we were no longer beasts. But that's the rub, isn't it? If reasoning is so great, why are we the only species with such a sophisticated grasp of it? And if its purpose is truth and good judgment, why don't we all agree on everything? It's tempting to think that disagreements happen because, well, I am being rational, but those who disagree with me are being irrational. Ugh! If only people would just use logic and reason. What's happened to the world? Well, that's a fair complaint if you're arguing over logic puzzles, but the
You're
world
a fucking annoying
is not
debate lord.
a logic puzzle. This, however, is one. Paul is looking at Mary. Mary is looking at Peter. Paul is married. Peter is unmarried. Is a married person looking at an unmarried person? Yes, no, or not enough information to decide? Think about it. The answer is yes. You may have thought there's no way to know because we don't know if Mary is married. But look, she either is or she isn't. And if she is, well then she, a married person, is looking at Peter, an unmarried person. If she isn't, then Paul, a married person, is looking at her, an unmarried person. So no matter what Mary's deal is, the answer will be yes. When people get this puzzle wrong and the correct answer is explained to them, they almost always immediately see why it's right and change their mind.
Absolutely not, brother. I didn't understand it, and fuck you. No, motherfucker, fuck yourself. How about Mary should stop looking at unmarried people, okay? That's why we need to stop immigrants from coming over the border. That's why we need to make sure that our border is impenetrable as a fortress. So the Mary stops looking at Peter, who is unmarried.
Person. If she isn't, then Paul, a married person, is looking at her, an unmarried person. So no matter what Mary's deal is, the answer will be yes. When people get this puzzle wrong and the correct answer is explained to them, they almost always immediately see why it's right and change their mind. Life is not always like that. Let's take a look at a logical syllogism. All elephants are awesome. Michael is an elephant. Therefore, Michael is awesome. The conclusion is logically valid. It follows from the assumptions. But are the assumptions true? No. I am not an elephant. Also,
God damn it, Michael, you're not an elephant. What the fuck? You lied to me. What the fuck, Michael? I don't know what to believe no more. I thought he was a fucking elephant. He just said he's an elephant.
So, this premise is subjective. I mean, what does it mean to be awesome? Can we measure it with an awesomeometer? So you can see why.
Wow. I'm so glad that we fucking watched that Jordan Peterson video earlier when everyone was crying. to then come to this video, to stop at this video, where this is literally basically a fucking introductory lecture into why that Jordan Peterson video was dog shit.
Why, when analyzing something like our impact on the planet, logic can only be a partial.
It's literally like debunking the previous video that we just watched, the Jordan Peterson one, and why it was dog shit. I hope that all the Peterson fanboys that were sitting there were able to sit through the police brutality video that we watched in between, so that they can fucking get their, you know, like philosophy 101 logic lesson.
If some people have more to lose than others, who gets to decide which assumptions are fair? Still though, it would seem that reasoning should be able to help here. If each of us would just attend only to the facts, surely we'd all recognize the same reasonable approach. Problem is, that's not how reasoning works. Since the scientific study of human reasoning began about 100 years ago, it has been found again and again that not only are we bad at reasoning, lazy and biased, but we actually seem almost programmed to be bad, like the flaws are intentional. In an episode of Mindfield, I once used a magician to pull off a little experiment. He asked people to look at two faces and choose which of the two they would prefer to work with, placing their preferences in one pile.
This is so stupid. Please stop doing this.
And those they rejected into another. Then, the pile of people they picked were shown again, and each person was asked to provide a reason for why they chose that person. But with a little sleight of hand, the magician managed to sneak in some of the faces they had just rejected. Amazingly, the majority of people didn't even notice the trick. Not only that, they were able to effortlessly explain the reasons behind their choice. A choice they never actually made. Remember
when we used to watch all the VSAUCE videos when they were free? And I would get mad because the premise of every VSAUCE video was just like duping people, okay? Michael is a sadistic fuck who loves just, tricking people, ultimately.
Remembering faces you've only seen briefly isn't the easiest thing to do, but other studies have shown that even if the task involves answering questions about one's political beliefs, things we would seemingly have a firmer grasp on, nearly half of participants will fail to notice that the answers they gave have been reversed when they're later asked to explain them. Point is, we seem practically built to give reasons for whatever we think we must, and not the reasons we actually used to reach a conclusion. What if we don't even use reasons to reach conclusions? Well, let's talk about intuitions. Our brains have evolved over millions of years to react to the world around us in brilliant ways with little to no input from us. For example, when you notice that someone is upset, you don't consciously think, okay, so, their eyebrows are kind of in that position and their speech seems curt, their posture is, these are all reasons to conclude that they are upset. No, instead, the belief that they may be upset was just apparent. You intuited it. You know it without exactly knowing how you came to know it. The mood-recognizing parts of your brain operate in a way that is opaque to your awareness. But if someone asks you, why do you think they're upset? You can nonetheless produce all sorts of reasons. Some may have actually been the ones your brain attended to, but they're all just guesses. Instead of using reasoning to come to conclusions, we use conclusions to come to reasons. Now, to be fair, we can go the other way. We love puzzles, and when we don't have a strong intuition either way, we can sit down and mull over various reasons to think one thing or another. Our love of puzzles suggests that reasoning has a survival value. Organisms that found it pleasurable would be more likely to use it. But when we reason alone, even when we have no motivation to reach any particular conclusion, we still exhibit deep biases that seem less like mistakes and more like features. For example, it's been shown that between two otherwise similar products, people will prefer to buy the one with more functions, even if they don't want those functions, never plan to use them, and think they're all pointless and overly complicated. Why? Well, it might be that we find such decisions easier to justify to others.
You all right, dude? Except he is all right. And not only is he all right, but he's right. He says, run the mads, bitch. And guess what? I might not actually watch All Def Best Juice. I don't know what the fuck that is. But I will be running the mads, bitch, because it is top of the hour every hour. It's time for a 60-second ad break. You guys already know we're going to continue with this Future of Reason video. But if you'd like to no longer see any of these ads, well, you know, you can subscribe. You can subscribe with a $5 subscription, or you can subscribe for free by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, or your wife's boyfriend's Amazon Prime account, or in the case of this guy, probably his mommy's Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription month. Here's the fucking ad. Now, I know I ran an ad earlier, but that's because I ran an ad late. Here's the ad break. No! Let's keep going.
We won't wind up being potentially embarrassed when someone asks why we didn't get the product with more functions. Well, after decades of findings like this, Hugo Mercier and Dan Sperber began to hypothesize that reasoning didn't evolve to help us make better decisions, but instead to help us be social. Humans inhabit a cognitive niche on this planet. We aren't strong or sharp or hidden or venomous. Instead, our advantage comes from cognition, reasoning, and cooperation. We can plan hunts, build traps, and engage in coordinated.
And it's wonderful because, and I'm going to tie this back to political ideologies again. As I've said before, libertarianism in America is basically just saying no to all of that. Like everything that Michael just described about what makes humans great or different or unique, our cooperation, adaptability, the fact that we've been able to build civilizations and society as a consequence of reasoning, and again, collaboration. Libertarians are like, nah, it's all about me. People really took being selfish and turned it into a political ideology. American libertarians.
Strategies that can be tested and modified on the fly, not by millennia of evolution. Reason allows us to do those things. It's hard to convince people that your intuitions are true, but if you can give reasons for them, it's a whole heck of a lot easier to convince people that you're right. Being able to argue over what the best thing to do is vital when it comes to coordinating action. Reasons also allow us to justify ourselves in the eyes of others, to explain who we are and express the kinds of reasons we like, what others can expect from us, and what we will likely expect from them. This social theory of reasoning helps explain why two people can earnestly and rationally arrive at two different views. They each have their own unique brain and values and dispositions and experiences.
YouTube really takes, like, YouTube will unironically take, like, a class on logic and turn it into a fucking YouTube video, and we just sit there and 40,000 of us just watch it. I guess this is no different than kids being like, fuck you, mom and dad, when Jordan Peterson says, clean your room, though you're like, oh yeah, that's brilliant, and I should clean my room. It's like basically the same shit.
And those are what drove their thinking. The reasons they give may or may not be the real reasons they came to their conclusions, but it's the best anyone can do. The social theory also explains why people tend to give such weak reasons for their beliefs at first, or when their intended audience doesn't need much convincing. It would be a waste of time and cognitive resources to construct grand slam reasons for everything I said and did and thought when it wasn't necessary. Instead, I can offload some of that work to other people. For example, if I say, I want to have lunch at ABC Burgers, well, my friend might respond, no thanks, I had burgers yesterday. And I might reply back, oh, well, that's no problem. They also have hot dogs and great salads. But if my friend said, no thanks, I'm trying to spend less money eating out this month, I could reply, oh, well, ABC Burgers is really cheap and I've got a coupon. Now what's going on here is that I'm providing reasons only as my friend presses for them. If they press harder and harder, my reasons will become better and better until either I win them over or we come to some different, more harmonious decision. So when people appear to be lazy reasoners or to have bad reasons or none at all, it's usually—
This is why debate lords have no friends.
Just the case that they're using reason as it evolved to function, socially. It starts off weak, improving if others push it, and always tailoring its work to the intended audience. The social theory of reasoning can even explain the existence of biases that otherwise make little sense. For example, it would seem that in coming to conclusions about the world, it would behoove an organism to pay particular attention to information that went against what it believed. I mean, that way, they would be able to adjust their beliefs, making them truer, more general, and more complete. To a certain extent, that is what happens, but not always. When someone does their own research, they often come to the very conclusion they wanted in the first place. This is called confirmation bias, our tendency to look for, prefer, and interpret information so that it confirms what we already think. It frustrates our ability to accept new, inconvenient data and is a problem for the intellectualist view of reason. If reason is for finding truth and making better decisions, why would it have this major weakness? Well, because, the social theory says, reasoning is a group activity. Let's say that I think option A is true and the best, and you think option B is true and the best. Well, if we both researched both options and sifted through reasons in support of both options, we would both have twice the work to do than we would if instead I simply came up with reasons for why I was right, and you attended to reasons for why you were right. The confirmation bias at least halves the cognitive work that must be done. Now, sometimes a lone reasoner will have a bad idea, or a decent idea with some bad parts. The reasons they have to justify for and argue for it will be sufficient for them and those who intuitively agree, but they may be weak. However, subjected to deliberation, put forth into the machine of collective thought, it can be evaluated and judged not by one mind or a group of minds thinking alike, but by something very special: the crowd. Humans have long known of the wisdom of the crowds, the phenomenon by which a collection of many people can process information into a conclusion better than any one person could do alone. It's why we don't trust big decisions to a single person, no matter how educated or powerful.
Okay, don't get your fucking hopes up, chat, okay? This is just YouTube, man, with dumb YouTube idea, okay? I am the dictator here. That's all I got.
Well, they are. Instead,
I'm just kidding, dude.
We ask a group of people to deliberate, to reason together. In this way, the biases and errors of each is smoothed out and the decision wiser. In a famous example, it's been repeatedly shown that if you ask a bunch of people to guess how many jelly beans are in a jar, you'll find that the average of all their answers is closer to the real number than any one individual was alone. What happens is that although some people may guess a number that is like way too big, that mistake is balanced out by the fact that others will inevitably guess a number that is way too small. Altogether, their disagreement evens out into spectacular accuracy.
Motherfucker, the people who are saying chat should rise up and unionize or whatever, that's why, I mean, while I try to guide the chat in a particular way or guide this community in a particular way. That's why I rely so much on the community and the chat itself. Okay? More than most other content creators would. That's why I get additionally upset, or more upset than normal people would, when I see like bad takes in the chat. You don't rely on us, you snipe great takes, great names. That's not true. That's completely untrue.
We have now arrived at the problem. Reasoning evolved to be used socially, where many different perspectives had to all deliberate towards a common conclusion. Such contexts are becoming less and less common, and it is becoming easier and easier to simply be a lone reasoner, justifying only a particular viewpoint without doing the harder work of deliberating and acting. The internet gives voices to more perspectives than ever before in our history, but it also makes it easy to disengage from accountability and to find places where everyone believes what you do. Furthermore, because of technology, we confront more issues more rapidly than ever before that we are expected to have opinions about, and the growing complexity and specialization of the modern world makes it difficult for each of us to have well-informed, prepared reasons for the accelerating accretion of intuitions we must form. In response, we look for people who can defend our intuitions for us. The reasons they give don't have to be good, just good enough that we can feel like justification exists. In the past, unconvincing reasons had to be painted on sandwich boards, but now, the democratization of communication means that even unpopular, unconvincing, nonsensical ideas can be presented with the same trust-inducing typefaces and professional look as common ones. People can challenge the weak reasons of others, show them to be contradictory, and produce better reasons for their side, but to what end? It's all preparation for a debate that never comes. We each play a very small role in deciding how society is run. Even if a good faith discussion between a representative slice of America came to a resolution, if nothing can come of it, why not just throw shade and sick burns or revel in the pleasure of reasoning by treating everything like a big giant puzzle? It's easy to think that it doesn't matter. Because after all, those in charge, the brilliant scientists and powerful billionaires, will surely come to the rescue. Some giant techno-salvation.
It's like my debate with Lamont, yes.
Is surely on the horizon. Perhaps it is, but everything we know about reason suggests that those implementing it should be held accountable by as many different perspectives as possible. Leaders could lead deliberations and be elected for their ability to moderate social reasoning. But that's boring. Why lead when you could follow? Look at what some people believe and generate reasons for why they're right, and they'll love it. Of course, the hard work, the real work, the work that truly elevates us on this planet is not in telling people that they're right, but in trying to convince others, and in doing so, use reason as it evolved to be used. The future.
Okay, you guys always say you don't read the good comments. Here you go. Speaking about biases, a non-American from a poor third world country, I used to think that people looting and destroying their own communities and the recent riots are just plain stupid and greedy, but now I realize that the systemic racism in America are just that bad, and even though vandalism is bad, now I realize that it shouldn't be the focus of the discussion because it isn't actually the core of the problem. There you go. Good take. Boom. Sniped the fucking good take, dude. There you go. Sniped it. Don't trust the joke thief dictator trying to fool us. Chat, unionize. Our jokes belong to us and should not be stolen by the streamer. Yeah, there is this duality where there are these two different conflicting interests that you have. On the one hand, you don't want your joke to be stolen by a streamer. On the other hand, you want streamer to acknowledge, recognize, and repeat what you are saying. So which one is it?
future of reason may in fact be the past of reason. In practice, what does all this look like? Well, some researchers have gone so far as to recommend national deliberation days where citizens celebrate by literally joining small groups and talking through their opinions and comparing reasons. Tests of such strategies have shown that a return to the small, targeted discussions our reasoning abilities evolved to excel in leaves all participants with a greater understanding of not just what they believe and why, but about decisions that could actually be made and actions that could be taken. Others have gone even further, recommending that the future of reason at its best is the construction of a lautocracy, a form of government where decisions are made not by elected leaders, but by people literally chosen at random. We decide the fate of a person this way. Why not the fate of the people? What if decisions were made not by politicians alone, but at least occasionally by groups of actual citizens representing differences in thought, not just geography, who were brought together and paid for their time to learn from experts and then deliberate on an assigned issue until a conclusion was reached, or at the least, a recommendation? Instead of being motivated by re-election, money, attention, and power, individuals chosen at random would have only their conscience to guide them.
Is he joking? Like, what the fuck is he saying right now? I can't tell if this is serious or not. He's just kidding, right?
Special interests and corporations wouldn't be able to cozy up to those likely to be elected, because if any one of us could someday serve, they'd have to cozy up to and protect all of us. Instead of the learning and deliberation being done by people you will never meet with offices and buildings you can't access, gradually, over time, more and more of your very own neighbors would have had the honor. People chosen at random would obviously lack the same celebrity status and mandate that elected leaders cultivate and achieve. And iconic figures we relate to aren't bad, but our understanding of reasoning is making it more and more clear that we evolved.
The problem with this way of thinking is that it always comes from a top-down approach to power and politics. It's always, and it is like very capitalist. That's the same kind of energy of the chatter who says, Hasan, why do you want the janitor to be the CEO? Right? And it's like, why is it that you automatically assume that the janitor is going to be the singular individual who makes the decisions rather than a more democratic process in the workplace where they get one fucking vote? And the alternative to this would be to give the individuals more power rather than find a random assortment of individuals who make the final decision process, instead of maintaining the same kind of top-down power structure. There should be more of a bottom-up power structure. It's more just if it's chosen at random, but you still ultimately have 12 people. You still ultimately have like 12 people, like a jury, deciding on certain ideas after consulting experts, rather than a bottom-up approach where you empower individuals to make decisions or make more responsible decisions in a similar democratic structure, ultimately leading to some form of governance. You are missing. I feel like you're missing the point. 12 is the arbitrary number. I made up the 12 number. It doesn't matter. You're getting caught up on the. You're getting caught up on the random. Or you're getting caught up on the number side of it. I think he's saying that humans are so bad at working together, a better solution for it to be the RNG since randomness will... No. You're missing what I'm trying to say. I'm not doing a good enough job of describing my point of view, I think. Okay. My position is that accountability, like in a structure like a co-op, would rely on giving every individual more responsibility, more power, and therefore would be a better way to share the decision-making process rather than continue to hold the decision-making process in the hands of the few. I'm talking about the organization of power being spread out as much as broadly as possible rather than adding just an RNG element. Take a moment to think it through, man. What? Okay, guys. Okay. While this would still be somewhat more democratic, I guess, or somewhat more just than the current form of governance, what my point of view is that that still relies on the pre-existing distribution of power being held in the hands of the few, rather than having the exact opposite approach to power. I don't understand how an entire community of leftists are literally getting upset at me describing the heart of the anti-capitalist argument. I don't know if you guys are baiting me or like what's going on. I'm literally saying that ultimately this seems more democratic or more just, the lautocracy that he's describing. But what would be even better than that is to dismantle the concentration of power instead of randomizing it, dismantling that structure in its entirety by offering more power to people in lower ranks of society. Because it's a dumb take in the form of disagreeing with VSAUCE when you agree with him. But he's not even making this argument as like a much better way of organizing society anyway. He's just describing what a lautocracy would look like. Like, there's 33,000 people in here, and a big chunk of you guys, long-term community members, just fucking shat on the concept of worker-owned cooperatives and councils. Like, literally, just I wanted to describe it in a simpler in a way that like relates to how in a way that relates to concentration of power and our understanding under a capitalist organization of the economy. And literally everyone fucking just, every single person just shat on that idea. It's kind of weird. God damn, dude. That proves the point of the entire video. People don't know their actual stances. Yeah. Workers can have ownership of the means of production without having to make decisions on every little thing. Still, we need representatives, e.g. in unions. You have union reps, right? I wasn't even saying that like every person gets to. I've often talked about how direct democracy in every facet of your life would literally be unmanageable, and it would be horrible because ultimately Marxist theory revolves around expanding on individual freedoms, such as the freedom to choose whatever the fuck you want to do and have more time to yourself, figure out more fulfilling, emotionally satisfying forms of labor for yourself, self-fulfillment, yada, yada. So if you were too busy literally fucking voting on every single minute thing that happens in your collective, then you would have no time to do anything else. So I don't disagree with that. My point was simply that this approach still relies heavily on a concentration of power at the top rather than flipping that in its entirety and giving people more means to make decisions within their lives, ultimately deciding on other individuals to decide for them still. I wasn't saying that like everyone, there should be a referendum on every single thing, like, I don't know, zoning restrictions and like that. Kind of disappointing.
Not to leave the thinking up to a few great minds, but to the authority of the great mind, the lumbering organ of thought that is everyone and everything. This is, in fact, how democracy first worked. Lotteries were used to fill many political positions in ancient Athens. Aristotle explained that the appointment of magistrates by lot is thought to be democratic, and the election of them is oligarchic. An oligarchy is government by only a small number of people. Look, regardless of how reason is brought back to its social roots, if we can build more and better arenas for deliberation and use them to apply reason properly to hyper-objects like the impact of our emissions on the planet, we'll have taught one heck of a lesson to people 100, 1,000 years in the future. I like to think that although widening participation will be difficult, it might provide us with a kind of existential security. The impact of emissions on our planet is not going to be the last hyper-object we face. If we can do a good job with it, maybe far in the future, when our civilization has advanced to the point at which, I don't know, people can be quantumly recreated or something, they'll look back at our time and say, hey, let's bring them all back to life. We could use the cooperative abilities they had then. Ultimately, the old saying that history is the great teacher isn't a bad guide. We will all someday be teachers ourselves, because someday we will all be history. We will someday be the ancients, and we can choose what that will mean. And as always, thanks for watching.
Don't you think Vsauce random sample autocracy approximates the bottom-up approach you were talking about? I like having more participation from random individuals. I just don't trust RNG. And I also don't trust human beings actually doing RNG and instead manipulating the process to their own benefit. So spreading it out as far as possible, spreading the power out as far as possible to accountable individuals that are still beholden to their benefactors. Their benefactors being people that put them into that position of power is still a better way to operate. Are you against the jury system? No, of course not. But the jury system is actually a great example of how ineffective that process is, especially when you have two sides that literally try to manipulate the jury selection system as best as they possibly can. So the jury system is not necessarily as foolproof as you claim to be. So if you had that same situation revolve around if you had that same concept, if you gave that kind of power to that same exact fucking concept to people that like control the entire world, then it would be terrible. Yes, dude, I watched the Andrew video. Just go back in the VOD a little bit. What is this?
Hopeless because they can't use an iPhone? Maybe the one who's hopeless is the one who can't stop using it. You think I'm out of it because I'm not on Twitch? Well, maybe I get Twitch, but I just think people watching other people play video games is a waste of fucking time.
True, dude. He's so right. Dude, imagine watching other people play video games. What the fuck, dude? Maybe I think it's fucking waste of time to watch someone do commentary. Okay? That's so dumb. Imagine watching someone do commentary on a TV screen rather than have a conversation with my friends. What is entertainment if I don't simply understand it? Like, imagine watching televised sports, dude. Oh my God. A bunch of people literally chasing a ball and you're just sitting there watching. Notice how that sounds stupid when you describe it? It's literally entertainment. Just say you don't personally understand it and move on. Playing sports is fun, but motherfuckers love watching sports too. The stuff he said before is even more pepega.
In India, young people touch old people's feet.
Wait, what? Is there going to be fucking TOS shit on here? Because it's HBO. I don't really know. Hold on. Let's see. I'm going to scrub through this real quick. Fucking can't scrub through shit because it's Twitter video. Obviously.
In India.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right, good. Some fucking nice boomer shit here.
In India, young people touch old people's feet to show reverence. Japan has a national holiday called Koronohi, Respect for the Aged Day. You know the reason why advertisers in this country love the 18 to 34 demographic? Because it's the most gullible. Yeah. A third of people under...
Yo, he's so old, dude. Yo, you're so fucking old, bro. Oh my God. Imagine being old and so bent that you're just fucking old. Jesus Christ, dude. Holy shit.
35 say they're in favor of abolishing the police, not defunding, but doing away with a police force altogether, which is less of a policy position and more of a leg tattoo. 36% of millennials.
Bro, oh my God, this is great. This is straight up great. This is fucking awesome. Oh, this is fucking awesome. Says the guy who has a whole class of commercials talking about how his age group needs to beware of scams. It's just straight boomerism.
I think it might be a good idea to try communism. But much of the world did try it. I know millennials think that doesn't count because they weren't alive when it happened. But it did happen.
As long as I do this smug approach and I say things that correspond to your personal biases that you have developed as a consequence of social conditioning your entire lives, you're going to laugh because I'm the smug guy.
And there are people around who remember it. Pining for communism is like pining for Betamax or MySpace. So when you say, you're old, you don't get it, get what? Abolish the police and the border patrol and capitalism and cancel Lincoln? No, I get it. The problem isn't that I don't get what you're saying or that I'm old. The problem is that your ideas are stupid.
Yeah, you fucking got him, dude. Or maybe the fucking future that dipshits like this asshole left for our generation is dog shit. So much so that the organization of both the economy and the political structure that they have relied on for many, many decades, that they are comfortable existing within, that they've been able to cultivate a significant amount of capital within, and this is for old people in general, is not working for next generations. So they are looking for different solutions and are recognizing that that is not a foolproof system, right? And part of the reason, or part of that recognition, it comes from extending, or rather searching for ideas that were different from the past. When SC Cup's agreeing with you, you're wrong. Yeah, I mean, I'd love her to agree with me. Imagine the economic system he's shitting on being preferred over the dog shit systems his generation created. Hey, your favorite comedian? Shut up.
If you say, let's eat in the bathroom and shit in the kitchen, yeah, that's a new idea. But I wouldn't call it interior design. You think someone 80 is hopeless because they can't use an iPhone? Maybe the one who's hopeless is the one who can't stop using it. You think I'm out of it because I'm not on Twitch? Well, maybe I get Twitch, but I just think people watching other people play video games.
I think this take is great because this is so fucking stupid. It's literally directed towards old people who also don't understand these concepts and will refuse to recognize the pain and suffering that they've subjected younger generations to, whether it be climate change and its disastrous impact on our way of life, or whether it's like the extreme wealth hoarding and the normalization of a capitalist organization of economy that has left the future generations to deal with so much income and wealth inequality. Just like he's failing to understand all of that, he's literally admitting that he does not really understand the concept of entertainment, a new form of entertainment. And his audience doesn't get it either, because they are the type of people that would go to a taped studio, like a live, they would go to a fucking studio to watch Bill Maher in the middle of a pandemic.
Is a waste of fucking time. "20% of Gen Z agree with the statement, society would be better off if all property was owned by the public and managed by the government." And
wait, what?
Video games is a waste of fucking time. "20% of Gen Z agree with the statement, society would be better off if all property was owned by the public and managed by the government. And another 29% say
wait, that's kind of fucking
they
chill.
don't know if that's a good idea. Here's who does know. Anyone who wasn't born yesterday.
Fucking got him, dude. Yeah, motherfuckers be like, man, any other way of doing things is so stupid. We've definitely seen it all before. And then they turn around and talk about how Reagan was tight. Didn't Bill just post a video about how great China's infrastructure is? Yeah, don't worry. He's just conflicted, dude. He's just... His joke writers must be older than him. He has no argument. He just says it's stupid. Bill's sarcasm is dry as Ben Shabibo's wife. Okay. So first and foremost, I need to, I don't know if CMAC is still in here. First of all, shouts out CMAC. Hope you're, getting better. I don't know if he's in here, but I was planning on doing Okay Buddy today. And also, before doing that, though, I have to cook, as you already know. I was planning on making a return to something that I promised I would make a return to.
Hello, everyone. This is
As a secret. And that is a show. That's a show called... It's a show on the Learning Channel called... It's a show on the Learning Channel that revolves around 3 months, 3 30-day months, when two strangers get together and try to overcome American immigration policy. Overcome the restrictive American immigration policy. They get together and decide, what a historic day. Turn off slow mode. What if I just turn this off right now? Another one. Oh my God. Now Your Average African has like so many lined up, boys. Fucking lined up. Holy shit, dude. Imagine showing the stream to Bill Maher right now. You started this one apparently as one of the best couples. Yeah, but fucking I don't really remember. And also, I feel like if we go halfway into it now, I wake up today and the first thing I see was your slander. Please don't debate. I'll be sad. Your mods hate you, low. Wait, what do you mean? Listen, this is something that the community has demanded, okay, for a very long time. For the newbies, like, this is where we were at. Like, this is the peak of content, okay? The fucking peak. This is the salt mines of content. Okay, this is democracy in action. There's no need for a lotocracy. There's no need for any of that. This is the benevolent dictator finally coming to terms with the needs of his community. Okay? Let him know on Twitter. Here, you gotta pump it for me then. Let your fucking friends and family know. It's finally here. 90-day VSAUCE is back. Time to watch two incompatible strangers fight to dismantle the American immigration process and find love. There you go. www.twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Promises made, promises kept. You were here, boys. You were fucking here for that. You were here for that, dude. I'm gonna wait a little bit before we get started because I don't want to fucking. I don't want to fucking, you know. Why do you call it React-say? Oh, because 90 Day Fiance, 90 Day React-say. This is a big moment. You're part of HasanAbi chat history. This is lore. This is where legends were born. I can't wait to tell my grandchildren about this. Yeah. Why is chat so slow right now? I think it's broken. Chat is losing its mind. $4.29 will be remembered. The longest pause ever, dude. The longest pause in the history of mankind was when I stopped watching 90 Day Fiance. And now we're back. You two frogs are going to eat a buffet. My boyfriend's a fucking loser who went to pilot school instead of witnessing this.